We finally have patch notes. And it's a small amount of things to read. Well, to be honest, I'm not gonna be reading everything. We're just gonna go over the most important things. Because there's a lot of things that have been covered already on either the dev streams or they have teased already. Like most of the things here in the Woven. Up. What do we have? Oh yeah, I want to see the bug fixes. Because Mike kept saying he was busy smacking all them bugs. I want to see how many there were. Okay, we expect there's something to miss patch notes. Yeah. Correction, season name operates Lord's Harbor to match David's Harbor name. Okay. Communion of the Race now grants +1 potion slot per equipped beavers who will light. Oh! So, a buff to Communion of the Erased. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, I think I will, considering the buffs potions are getting and the change that has been done, I will mess around with my Oblation Necro again. But that's gonna be my second character. We already decided the first because I went and checked a couple of things. Okay, anything here? Summon wolves have new skill icons. Bug with void or masters more void eruption damage not apply unless you have a source increase area for Devouring Orb. Fix the block chance effect is max tier 3 value being higher than min tier 4 value. Okay. Play issue. Singular purpose threshold bonus been clarified to grant effects. Yeah. The bug or singular purpose threshold bonus damage taken from skilled enemies instead of less damage taken from slowed enemies. By rot grips, more time rot damage per 1 chance to slow with void skills only including sources of slow chance, not sources of slow chance with void skills. Okay. So you should no longer be able to get stuck inside chests or reward caches from using movement abilities. Oh, that was a thing? Well, it has happened to me. Transplant Apostasy now requires 1 point in bone armor from 2. Well, that's nice. Fix the bug where bone armor could have more than 1 point allocated. Additional points had no effect. It can now have a maximum of 1 point. Well, is that really a bug when you require 2 points to get apostasy? Or I would say it's an oversight more than a bug. Aberrate's Curse. The element inflicted by an incredible sweeping attack has been corrected to say the result resist by 10%. I'm incorrectly saying 15. Oh, it was 10%. Blood. Fixed issue where emerging enemies could appear invisible. Jasper said items will Acuity Insight have had their descriptions updated to state they require direct cast to trigger Decimate. Mega Merchant now allows filtering for class specific affixes. All Arena Echo and Arena Zones have also received an audio pass for reverb and ambience improvement. Oh, so sound improvement. As someone who actually enjoys the game music, hope that makes it better. And I hope we get a whole bunch of songs for the new areas as well. Is what the theme we heard. I don't know if you guys saw the patch notes overview video. I really liked the music on the background there. It is a new rendition of the main theme, from what I could understand. Fixed terrain appearing on Aberrath Fight if you portaled out and try to go back to the Shadow Road. Last RPG Outskirts has a new musical sting when interacting with Captain Bravon during the quest. Oh. Dedication ordered in the crafting material panel now matches the visual layout of shards in the scene. Huh? Ah, gamepad, okay. Fix the new issue where your character is still moving in an open-esque menu in online mode. Fix proper death screen displaying an Aberrath Fight after dying in a party. Fix surrounding issues in tooltips. Fix certain multi-affixes on bizarre listings. Fix zone level UI not updating when an echo if the full screen map is showing. Oh, okay. Fix an issue where graphics settings are filled with temporary values such as option A. remember seeing that. It's an issue where ground item labels were left on the screen. Quality of life. Favor now rolls over stash merging 4. Seasonal characters becoming legacy characters. Solo character found characters becoming solo account found characters. Oh, so now the favor goes over. Pretty nice if they if you could also get the gold and the runes from going from SSF to solo account found. Added a whoosh transition sound for all transitions, including same scene transitions. Echoes and tomes have their own variants of this effect. An issue where how you played from portals could be stuck after playing after these. The icons. Good morning, Kimmy. How you doing? Yeah, this is buff, coming up the raise. 6 visual effects for the flames of Benign Scenic Ring. Fix the display issue or mark of rot incorrectly said it caused enemies take 100% increased void damage. It now correctly says 50%. It's always been 50%. Only the description was incorrect. So it's not a nerf, guys. Fix the display issue or mark of rot incorrectly said it caused enemies take 100%. Oh, okay, so. Unimportant monolith progress is now shared across all characters to see the same slash. This is so nice. This is so nice. No longer be having to redo certain monoliths just because. I'm looking at you, Spirits of Fire. Slash deaths. Oh, nice. We can now see deaths. Slash corruption or mass corruption. Okay. Echoes. The current cast total number of echoes completed. That's an interesting stat to see. Arena waves. Post system to your current character's max arena wave completed. Season or cycle post system mess. Be the season your current character was created in. Mastery or first mastery. Post system message chat with the first mastery your character chose. Okay. I mean, that's interesting, but Alright, so we all know what's coming in the cemeteries of the erased, so I'm not gonna go. This is our first deployment of our brand new procedural content generation system. We're excited about this development milestone, as procedural generation will enable us to produce more varied content more quickly for future updates, continue expanding on this technology over time. Which is nice. They mentioned the tomes would be using this. So yeah. Now it's more randomness instead of just using the same tile sets over and over. When a tomb is spawned in an echo, you'll see silken cocoons placed throughout the zone. These cocoons are the captured souls for the Weaver, and when broken, the souls will flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities, increase health and damage, and when it's slain, they drop Memory Ember, new currency used in the Woven faction. This makes me wonder if you'll want to try to pull a whole bunch of mobs to break the cocoon to get more Memory Ember. Or if it's gonna be common enough that you don't need to worry too much about doing that. Does the enemies get new ability? Yeah. Look at cocoons. Also have a chance to release a new rare enemy similar to the Chosen Erase, which starts the Possessed mod, as if it had been possessed by a soul of the Erased. This new enemy, called the Incubated Silk, will drop loot equivalent to the loot that would have dropped from a possessed enemy. Silken cocoons can also be found in tombs in cemeteries. End of the tome, one of the gold red Fate Weaver bosses. After defeating the Fate Weaver, you will advance to the end. Find a chest containing a duplicate of the current Echo bonus reward. Current Echo bonus reward. Huh? We will advance to the end. So it might not, the Echo bonus might not be tied to this, is that it? The Echo reward completion thing? I don't know, I don't really understand what they mean by this. I might be dumb. Not impossible. At the end of both tombs and cemeteries, you will also find a woven enchanter device, which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. This will be explained further below. Cemetery, these tombs. You'll also find Cemeteries of the Erased, a new echo type in your Echo Web. The objective of the Cemetery Echo is to slay the Woven Firstborn boss. Oh, so they spawn on the Echo. The Tomb of the Erased will spawn on the Echo. That's why it sends you to the end of the... Okay, now it makes more sense. You also find Cemeteries of the Erased, new echo type in your Echo Web. The objective of the Cemetery Echo is to slay the Woven Firstborn boss. When you start the Cemetery Echo, you'll find the entrance to the underground cemetery somewhere in the area. Descend into the cemetery and defeat the boss to complete the Echo. Completing the cemetery provides you access to the altar of the Weaver, where you can place your Woven Echo. Woven Echoes are a new itemized type of echo that bring unique challenges and rewards. More information on Woven Weapons below. After completing your first cemetery, you'll be taken to the Haven of Silk, the hub for the Woven faction. Yeah, I really want to see how many points you'll actually get access to. Because I'm guessing it's gonna be 12, but I'm not sure if it's just gonna be 12 points total or if you will have more. And how it will work if you want to respec those. When you are first brought to the Heaven of Silk Mask, who will invite you to join the Woven. You'll gain repetition points to the Woven by earning and spending Memory Ember, a new currency mostly found in tombs and cemetery, and by slaying Woven enemies. With each rank, Mask will sell you new Woven Echoes. You can purchase these with Woven Echoes with Memory Ember. I wonder if it's gonna be worth for you to try and buy as many as possible, or if it's just something you will keep and you just buy them over and over. Or if it will work like the NPC store, like if you run out of items, you run out of items there. Just a second. By completing your Woven Echoes and advancing your ranks in the Woven, you will gain points for the Weaver tree, which allow you to influence the Monolith Hub. Yeah, I heard LE Tools has LE Tools. I heard the LE Tools as the whole Weaver thing. Oh, there it is. Yeah, apparently LE Tools has the full Weaver tree. So we can check it at the end. I guess we'll leave this bit for the end when we are actually going more towards what are we gonna be playing, what would we want for out of our Weaver's tree. Okay, developer note. One of our goals is to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience in the endgame. The Weaver tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in the Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us long-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. Well, one thing is for sure, I've already seen like some nodes like the nodes. The Commoner's Riches. Place a weapon or jewelry item to imprint in this slot to have a small chance to drop a pile of similar items. And similar items are more likely to have the same rarity, subtype, and affixes. So you really want a good item that you would use to be shoved in there. But yeah, this is something that it allows target farming, right? Target farming is always good. It feels really bad when you want to replace one slot. There's one slot where you have been very unlucky finding an item for, and you cannot seem to grab it anywhere. So that will help a lot. The Weaver's tree functions similar to passive and skill trees, but instead modifies your Monolith Fate. Travelers will be able to get a maximum of 50 Weaver's 3 points, as mentioned above. You will gain points by increasing your rank with the Woven and completing Woven Echoes for the first time. There are roughly 70 nodes in the Weaver tree, which offer different ways to adjust your Monolith of Fate. Some examples. Place an item to be put in a slot, or a chance of similar items to be granted as an extra reward when completing Echoes. Nice. That, like, Echo rewards, as they currently are, there's a couple of things. For example, I really dislike the fact that you have arena keys as an echo reward on Monolith. I wish they would just be treated as regular keys, and then on a key reward node you'd have all keys. You'd just get a one of each, for example, and then the arena keys drop randomly like the others do. I never understood the logic. I mean, maybe at some point it made sense, but currently I don't understand. Never understood the logic of you having echo specifically for arena keys. Okay, so we have gain chance of beacons to be replaced by more difficult super beacons that reveal more echoes on completion. Oh, that's interesting. Gain a chance for Xeric to join you in your echoes with a big boost to gold drops. So Xeric helps us get gold. Okay. Convert arena echoes to super arena echoes. Remove arena echoes from spawning. When Weaver's Wheel items drop, they roll their Weaver's Wheel value twice and keep the higher amount. This is gonna be very nice. Increase the amount of memory ember drops. Well, obviously. This is gonna be a no-brainer, I think. Memory ember drops. Gain a chance of your tombs and cemeteries to have a possessed nemesis in them. Nemesis are already spicy. You really want to possess them. Nemesis always drop their specific weapons subtypes and they escape for empowering them. Actually, don't know their specific weapon types. I know there are like the Harbinger weapons, and I'm guessing that's what they're referring to. I just was not aware that they were tied to the Nemesis. Shade of Orbis may ambush you in your echoes. This is also gonna be fun. Remove corruption gain when slaying the Shade of Orbis. Oh. Huh. So when you want to farm Shade of Orbis, I guess it could be interesting if you could do... if you could not reset your Echo Web when you kill Orbis. I'm not sure if it's tied to the corruption gain or not. Replace common icon rewards such as leaf, runes, and gold with a different random reward. Oh, that's interesting. Add new echo reward types such as memory ember, woven echoes, and dungeon keys and charms. Oh, so now you get dungeon keys as an echo, new echo type. Again, we go back to the previous one. Why not just mix those with the arena keys and have that echo drop all keys? Woven Echoes are a new specialized type of echo that glimpses into the Weaver's new world and introduces a lot of exciting new content and rewards to last Epoch's endgame. These can be woven into a timeline's echo web via the altar of the Weaver found at the end of a cemetery of the Erased side zone, and run like other echoes. Oh, so you need to put them... Will you be limited then? I thought you could just put them at any point, at any time. But apparently not. You need to find a cemetery to actually slot them in. Okay. Was not aware. There are 36 different woven echoes coming out with the release of 2. Woven echoes are items that can be found in tombs and cemeteries, can be purchased from the NPC mask, or generated in the echo web through certain nodes on the Weaver's tree. You'll unlock new woven echoes that you can purchase from mask as you advance ranks in the woven. However, not all woven echoes are purchasable. Woven echoes items specify their type on their tooltip as a crafting woven echo, boss woven echo, or woven echo. Woven echoes containing endgame bosses and crafting rewards are signified with icons inside the Woven Echoes tab. Woven Echoes with a plus icon in the Woven Echo tab indicate that completing that Woven Echo will grant you a Weaver 3 point. Huh. Oh, so I guess at the first time you do each type of echo, that you get the skill point. Woven Echoes can be added to your Echo Web via the altar of the Weaver after you kill a cemetery boss. Once they are added, you can play them like you would normal Echo. Okay. In a party, players may each add Woven Echoes to their own individual timelines. As per usual. Woven Echoes drops are signified by a Tilon gold item label and are shown on the minimap. Weave of Woven Echoes feature completely new endgame bosses such as the Droll Queen or Ignixidos, the Antipode Dragon. Others feature endgame insertion of existing mini-boss and boss encounters, such as Aruspex Horion, Majasa, and an Uber version of Abera. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Other Woven Echoes provide unique challenges and reward, not found in normal echoes. Some rewards even affect other nearby and conquered echoes. Example rewards found in Woven Echoes. New endgame crafting options. Set item crafting, which is gonna be nice. This is gonna... The amount of builds that are gonna come out of Season 2 is gonna be insane. There's a new specific affix shard for every set item. I'm also expecting a lot of the new builds and older builds to be able to push more and higher than they did in the past because of all the new stuff coming. But a lot of builds are gonna be showing up. Reroll legendary potential, rerolls the legendary potential of uniques that have at least one legendary potential. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I like how they made your 1 LP items more useful and something you'll actually want to keep. Instead of just, oh, it's a 1 LP, I don't care anymore, I already have a bunch of them. Attribute swap. Swap an item's attribute. Yeah, this is nice when you have things like Staff Falconer, for example, where you want to itemize for int and you cannot roll int on your gear by default. So it's gonna be useful, I suppose. I don't think you'll be able to swap on the rogue item on the rogue helm and armor. I'm guessing you won't. I also wonder if this will work. No, it shouldn't work on uniques, on legendaries and stuff like that. I'm guessing you need forging potential for it. Reroll unique or set item mods. Reroll mod and implicit value mods of unique and set items by sacrificing an arrow at the same time with at least equal power level. Yeah, this we saw. Again, more. Now you found 2-3 LP crappily rolled unique. It's okay, just merge them and maybe you get a better one. Mostly thinking of items like Dragorat's Claw, the dagger, the rune blade. Is you really want that 4% crit chance on it? So getting a 3 LP with 3 crit chance feels very bad. Now you can, with luck, get it 4%. Get another 3 LP with the same crit. Yeah. Woven Echoes exchange. Sacrifice 3 Woven Echoes to gain a random one. Purpose to catch up for all the characters. Adding a new enemy to your possible Nemesis encounters. Void Nemesis. New one. Guaranteed unique drops. Example reverse by new Woven Echoes. I mean, you already have guaranteed unique drops on the Monolith. Last big year. Conquering an echo for the first time usually grants at least 1 Weaver 3 skill point. The points are shared with all characters sharing the same stash. 20 points can be earned from the Weaver faction ranks, and the remaining 37 points from completing Woven Echoes. Oh, that's nice. It's nice that it's shared between your characters. Threshold of Eternity. Uber is an exception and grants no Weaver 3 points. That makes absolute sense, and I like that they did that. Woven Echoes auto-store to their inventory tab upon pickup. This can be toggled off from the game settings. I guess it could be useful when you're doing as a full character found, like I do when testing out a build at low level. At the end of tomes and cemeteries will be a woven enchanter device which can be used to enchant your class-specific idols. Adorned, grand, huge, large, ornate. Enchanting an idol will grant 1 enchanted affix and turn the idol into an heretical idol, same subtype of that idol type. Heretical. Enchanting an idol adds an enchanted affix up to tier 4 and some amount of Weaver's Touch, where the combined amount of tiers on the enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch is between 5 and 14. For example, you could add a tier 1 enchanted affix and a 4 Weaver's Touch, or up to tier 4 enchanted affix and 10 Weaver's Touch. Okay. So it will... Well, that's a lot of variance. 5 to 4 to 14 is a lot. Similar to Weaver's Zeal items, when you have an heretical idol equipped and slay an enemy, you'll have a chance to either increase the tier of the enchanted affix or add a new one. Same as Weaver's Zeal. Weaver's Zeal is actually one of the funnest mechanics they have in terms of items. At least I think so. I like the Weaver's Will thing. It's nice. Hopefully we'll have a way to target farm for Weaver's Will items as well. I'm guessing the nodes like this, you'll be able to shove the Weaver's Will items there. Maybe not on this one. Yeah. Enchanted idols can have up to 2 enchanted affixes in addition to the 2 standard affixes they normally have. Idols can be re-enchant for a memory ember cost, which removes any existing enchanted affixes or Weaver's Touch before enchanting it again, adding an enchanted affix and Weaver's Touch. Nice that... I guess... It's nice that you can keep your original idol. So you're just re-rolling the Weaver stuff. The new rune of weaving added dispatch can be used to consume Weaver's Touch like it can for Weaver's Will. Also, you'll be able to put idols on the crafting bench. On the forging UI. The woven enchanter has limited number of uses based on its location. 1 use in the Tomb of the Erased, 2 use in the Cemeteries of the Erased, and the Cemetery Reweaving Woven Echo. 3 used in the Sepulchre of the Lost. 4 used in the Cenotaph of World. I'm guessing it's scaling difficulty as well. During a party, each player can use the woven enchanter device independently. Ah, set reforging. This is gonna be so nice. Sets being viable will open up so even more build options. Set items can now be shattered at the Forge of Shattering, the Great Bridge. This yields shards specific to that set item, which can be crafted onto other items, making them into reforged set item. This makes them count as a set item towards the set bonus of that set. It is a pity that the shards are specific. So, if you're sharding any set, you only get 1 shard, and it's gonna be the specific shard that they have chosen for it to be. Which is a pity, because sometimes you might have wanted to use a set or something for some other thing, and you won't be able to. Or at least you'll be forced into having a bonus that you don't care too much about if you're looking for the set bonus. There are set shards and new affixes for a set item that has been added. All sets affixes are named for their set item and end with the word reforged. Shattering set items drops 1 to 4 matching shards per item shattered. Set shards cannot drop naturally, they can only be created by shattering matching set items. Each use of the Forge of Shattering will shatter all items placed inside and expend 1 use. Carrying a party, yeah, same thing. Forged set items. Crafting a set item into an item reforges it and turns it into a reforged set item, but it can still be crafted. Forged set items will be considered a matching item for the corresponding set and count towards the set bonus. Forged set items will be named after the set item with reforged appended to their bit. Yeah. Because the forged set items are considered set items, they will follow the same loot filter and trap priority set rules as set items. Well, that's fine. That's actually nice. So then you can even store your reforged sets along with your sets. Reforged set shards can be used to craft items in the forge. Reforged set shards can be crafted on the same item as their set item. The same item type as their set item, but can use any base of that type. Yeah, Revoke a Static Touch Reforged can only be crafted on rings, but it could be crafted on an opal ring or a sapphire ring. Yeah, this we already knew. An item can only have one type of set affix at a time. Each set affix provides 2 stats based on the original set item. Set items cannot be shattered by the rune of shattering or removed with the rune of removal to gain shards. Only by the new forge of shattering in the Great Bridge Woven. Go. However, reforged set items can be shattered. Ah. So you can shatter them again. Okay, that's good. Set affixes can be sealed with the Glyph of Despair. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Then you could do what I was mentioning, like get it set onto tier 1, seal it. So just so you have that affix and make it a set item, so you can use the set for outside of its intended purpose. It was me thinking about the what's the name of it? The Lost Refuge. I think it's Lost or Last Refuge set, which they have changed, where it gives you now Endurance thresholds. I think it's based on strength and 30 strength. And the gloves have the increased melee damage. I was thinking, and then the set piece shard gives you fizz damage leech, and something else that I cannot remember. So I was thinking maybe you could use that on a lich, but then you wouldn't care too much about the glove affix. So then you can just shove it into sealed and use the rest of the item for proper affixes. Set affixes cannot be granted through the use of Glyph of Chaos, Leap of Envy, Rune of Redemption, Rune of Discovery, or Reaver 3 imprinting. Expected. Set crafts can be crafted normally up to T5 as usual, using the new Rune of Havoc, which shuffles all affix tiers within an item. Except sealed affixes, you can potentially get T6 and T7 as well. So yeah, you can get T7 set affixes. This is nice. I love how much quality, because at the end of the day, these things, legendary potential rerolling, unique item rerolling, it ends up being all kind of quality of life, more towards respecting the time that you invest into the game to not be wasted. Unlike other games in the genre, where you're just grinding over and over and you keep getting screwed by RNG, LE really respects you in that regard. You can always make some sort of small progress. You can use the Transmuting Gem in the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo to reroll the legendary potential of all items placed on it. Reroll items will either improve or lose their existing legendary potential. If you use the Transmuting Gem and legendary potential is lost, you'll receive a number of random rare affix shards equal to the legendary potential lost. Oh. Huh. So you actually get random rare affix shards as well when it fails. So you don't lose everything. Only legendary potential is rerolled, not implicit or uniques, yeah. You're in a party as per usual. Lose all legendary potential of the item, it can be used to replace the egg of the Forgotten Nemesis encounter, giving you another chance to give a unique item high legendary potential, or turn it into a useful legendary item. Yeah, so you'll be able to just keep recycling your unuseful uniques. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing it, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Wheel, or set item to reroll all affix values of a matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater potential tier. Potentially is equivalent to Weaver's Wheel item. Weaver's Wheel plus the sum of legendary affix items. Oh, so you'll be able to also reroll Weaver's Wheel items. Okay. Interesting. A legendary item, number of legendary affixes. this means you'll have to... I'm guessing this will reroll just the implicits on the item. So I suppose you'll have to go slam... say you have a 3LP, something that you want to reroll the base of, you'll have to grab a new 3LP, go slam that and then use it? Is that it? Guessing. Yeah, and unique needs to have the same legendary potential. Same or higher. Oh, you can also use those random things you get from the Nemesis, I guess. Those random legendaries that Nemesis gives you as legendary, as fodder for rerolls. Then we have the Observer maps. Is the relic of the Observer in a Warden's Watch to replace a non-sealed attribute affix with different attributes of your choosing. Not sure if this is an Woven Echo or if it's gonna be somewhere. Because on this case, it doesn't say Woven Echo. All attributes and vitality cannot be replaced or chosen. Oh, that's a bummer. The affix cannot be replaced yet. If you are in a party, player can use, yeah. I'm guessing it's gonna be a map. Experimental item crafting now is done exclusively by running the thaumaturgy device in the Rune Prison complex to replace a prefix with an experimental affix. Again, is this a Woven Echo? Is this a Monolith Echo? Not too sure. I'm expecting it to be a Woven one. I might be wrong. Must have two prefixes and not have an experimental affix. Yeah. So they took the approach that they've taken for slamming items. It just only applies for the prefixes. Chance of higher tier outcomes increase with the combined prefix tiers. Exalted prefix tiers contribute much more to increase the chance for higher item outcomes. Higher tier outcomes. Combined prefix tiers. Max tier outcome 5, but Rune of Havoc can be used to swap an exalted tier onto an experimental affix you added. So you cannot roll. Oh, really? It cannot roll higher than 5? So you're gonna be forced to use a Havoc if you want to get to 5. Period. If you want to get D7. Developer note and clarification regarding previously given incorrect information. Rune of Research was previously guaranteed and the only way to seal an experimental affix. Experimental affixes cannot be obtained as shards, which means that the experimental affixes are no longer able to be sealed. Wolf felt this was a safe trade-off for the ability to more easily target experimental affixes on good item bases, and the ability to increase them to higher tiers using Rune of Havoc. Yeah, Rune of Havoc, we already know it's gonna be amazing. It rerolls all the tiers in an item, so your T7 strength can change onto another affix you have. It essentially shuffles which affix is the exalted one. That's it. Rune of Redemption randomly changes the exalted affixes T6 and T7 onto different affixes. Does not change the tiers of the affixes or the rolls within the tiers. So imagine you have a very good an item with 2 or 3 exalted mods. But those exalted mods aren't particularly great. Okay, you can try your luck with Rune of Redemption. Converts a random amount of the remaining Weaver's Will or Weaver's Touch on an item onto additional affixes or affix tiers as if you had slain many enemies with that item equipped. This is very nice when you are trying to change, like you have a whole bunch of Weaver items and you want to roll them, see what happens, see if you can get an upgrade. This is nice so you don't get completely gimped while you keep equipping one. Then you'll have a base amount of stats on it at least. And if they are common enough, it just will expedite all the Weaver's Wheel unlocking. Eternity of Cash Adjustments. Yeah, this is amazing as well. At Temporal Sanctum Tier 2 and above, you can now select one affix from your exalted item to guarantee it is included in your resulting legendary item when sealing the Eternity Cache. Or you can opt to let the Winds of Fate decide if that's more your style. Add a small chance for a critical success that can cause a unique item to take more affixes than its legendary potential. This change scales with the chance for that unique to drop with higher level legendary potential. So yeah, there's a chance that when you're slamming your 1 LP, it will actually turn into 2 LP and will grab a second affix. For example, when you're using a Calamity with 1 legendary potential, the chance for a critical success depends on the chance of a Calamity dropping with 2 or more legendary potential at level 100. Alright, champions. Okay, I think before we go on to champions, let's go and take a look at the Weaver's tree for a little bit. There we go. Also gonna go for a quick BRB on the webcam. So let's see, what can we get? Increased stomp chance. They are more common on your echo webs. Oh, that's nice. Necropolis of the Weaver. Certain enemies inside your tomb or cemeteries have an additional chance to drop woven echoes. Okay. Your tomb cemeteries have increased monster pack size. You have a chance for mask to accompany you in tombs and cemeteries. He provides defensive buffs and casts spells at enemies. I wonder how strong that will be. I mean, it would be nice if he also gave you some sort of drop bonus. Because then you'll be thinking, oh, but maybe I want more drops instead of having masks show up. Rare enemies in your tombs and cemeteries of the erased have small chance to drop their timeline's boss specific rewards. Sorry. Tombs can spawn and rare enemies. What? Okay. Depending on which timeline you are on. Never mind, I was thinking what, but the enemy type is tied to the monolith. No. Increase cemetery spawn rate by 10%. When a boss with an echo drops, there's a chance to be duplicated. Okay. Tombs and cemeteries of the erased in your echoes have a chance to include a possessed embassy's encounter. Ooh, that was spawn rate. That's always nice. I always thought they were almost 100% though. When Nemesis escapes through a portal after being empowered, it drops exalted weapons that can be upgraded if you kill Harbinger. Yeah, the Nemesis weapon. And this we already saw. Place a weapon on Javelin to imprint it, and then when killing enemies on your regular echoes, there's a small chance of a pile of similar items to drop. You have increased drop rate of Memory Ember in your echoes. Gonna be nice. Beacons of the echo above has to be replaced by super beacons. Yeah, it's probably gonna be nice. Because you discover in your echo that would have had rune rewards have a different random reward instead. Because you discover in your echo that would have had glyph rewards have a different random reward instead. I kind of wish It's probably better if it's like this. I was wondering if it would be better if it was a chance for it to have something else instead of glyphs. Lizard's Inheritance. Put lizards in your echoes, have a chance to drop a pile of exalted items. Okay. Echoes you discover on your echo app that would have had arena key. Oh, this is nice. This I'll be picking this for sure. Echoes you discover on your echo app that would have had gold rewards, have different random rewards instead. Echoes you discover in your that would have had experience. Oh well, I guess this is nice when you reach 100. Chance for additional spiderling packs. Beacons never appear. Your echoes have a chance to contain additional spiderling packs. And removes beacons. Huh. Oh, you have a chance for experience sums to drop when you complete an echo objective. That's nice. It's one of those you'll want early on and then you'll want to spec out of it. I'm assuming you can spec out of it. Not sure how that will work. You have a chance for favored caches to spawn on your echoes. Caches are spawned throughout the Terra and Monolith when open offer great reward. Field reaches. Place an armor or weapon to imprint it in this slot to have a chance to drop a pile of similar items when opening lost caches in your echoes. I mean, it's nice, but considering I mean, if you have that, I guess it might be worth. Opening cache in your echoes has a chance to spawn a loot lizard. Oh, these are all tied. Loot lizard shrines are more common in echoes. Oh, so this is the loot lizard bit. Champions have a chance to be accompanied by a blue or green loot lizard. Loot lizards in echoes always drop a unique item, and they have double the chance to drop their tail. Are we gonna start using the tails for something now? Loot lizards spawn more often in your echoes. Arena echoes no longer appear on your echo web. I would say Mitsu is a bit of a greedy lizard. At Yellowstone, loot caches drop additional exalted item in your echoes. I mean, it will depend on how many points you'll have at the end, but it seems... Oh, the loot lizards are nice. I guess tying them there was a good idea. Exalted Challenger. Your echoes have a high chance to spawn champion. Additional champions have a chance to drop additional exalted items in your echo. Place an echo to be put in the slot for it to have a chance to spawn on your echo web when a new echo is generated. Nice. Piles of gold. Chance to drop gold. These gold drops. You have a 7% chance of Zarek to join you on your echoes and fight. See, this is what I mean. This thing should have a similar bonus to this. Where enemies have additional chance to drop dungeon keys and dungeon key charms. Yeah, this is gonna be nice. Your echoes have a chance to spawn a rare enemy alongside a pack from a specific dungeon that drop that dungeon's respective key and have a chance to drop the respective dungeon's boss unique items. This is gonna be nice. Your echoes have a higher chance to spawn with a new reward type which grants dungeon keys and dungeon key charms. All rare enemies are permanently enraged, but they drop additional runes and glyphs. Oh. Okay. I guess on early corruption you can do that. On late corruption I don't think that's gonna be a good idea. Champions have a chance to appear in pairs. And yeah, this is gonna be very nice for early Monolith. Austin champions on your echoes drop an additional pile of gold and have an additional chance to drop a unique item. Boss objective echoes have a chance to contain 2 bosses instead of 1. They deal more damage, have more health, and drop an additional unique item when slain. I mean, yeah, I'm guessing this applies to both bosses, not just the extra one. For enemies in your echoes have a chance to drop a Weaver's Will item. Chance to drop Weaver's Will item, 2% point. Weaver's Will lucky chance, yeah, it's nice. Place an arbor or jewelry item to imprint in this slot. Have a chance to drop a pile of similar items as an extra reward when you receive echo rewards. Items chance to drop 50%. I wonder how this scales up then. Is it based on the difficulty? On corruption? Perfections of Orbis. Completing a Tome of the Erase or killing a Shade of Orbis in your echoes has a chance to drop the Confluence of Oblivion. The Confluence of Oblivion is a woven echo that is guarded by a gauntlet of shades. Ah, hello, sweetie. How you doing? It's been good. It's been good. We have patch notes to enjoy. And back on the webcam. Killing Shade of Orbis no longer grants corruption in your timelines. Yeah. If you have reached the point where you don't want to push more corruption, this is useful. Then you don't have to go through the trouble of lowering it. That your Tomes of the Erase have increased pack size, your Arena Echoes have increased pack size, your Arena Echoes drop Memory Ember completion. Oh. Okay. Bosses and rare enemies in your echoes have a chance to be possessed by Souls of the Erase. Additional, some enemies on the last wave of your Arena Echoes have a chance to be possessed by Souls of the Erase. So this is Arena nodes. You gain increased bonus timeline stability from killing enemies in your echoes. Place the woven echo to imprint it in this slot for it to have a chance to spawn in your echo hub when a new echo is generated. Wait, didn't we have put through another one? Oh, so you have 2 slots of these. That's nice. All that. Pile of runes. Pile of glyphs. Your echo rewards have a chance to be doubled on completion. Your echoes have a chance to spawn with a new reward type which grants open echoes. Yeah, I'm really liking the Weaver tree. There's a lot of things here. Arena echoes are more common on your echo web, increase the arena echo spawn chance. Super arena echo chance. Arena echoes have a chance to be replaced by more difficult super arena echoes, which contain additional champions. Place an item to imprint the slot. Make champions sometimes drop a pile of items of the same item type that always have a sealed affix matching one of the affixes on the imprinted item. Oh, this is nice if you want to run a build where you want to use a specific champion affix. Elder Sap, you have a chance for echoes to spawn with the Memory Amber reward type. Oh. Okay. With a 100% increased chance, the chance is equal to exalted item reward type. So with a 1 point, considering how common they are in Empowered, that's gonna be pretty common, I suppose. Silky cocoons have a higher chance to contain incubated silk in your echo. You have a chance for champions on your regular echoes to drop a pile of woven echoes. Okay. So this is all champion things. Increased champion spawn chance. Champions are much more common in your echoes. It remains to be seen how how difficult the champion mobs will be. I'm mostly thinking on hardcore. On softcore you don't care too much because if you die it's fine. On hardcore is where you have to balance these things a little bit. Random Shade of Orbis can sometimes ambush you in your echoes. This shade has normal item drops and scales off distance like any other shade. Huh. Nice that it actually says that. I do wonder if this will count as an echo objective, as in if it work like the current ambushes we have, or if it's just gonna be a random spawn that you kill and then you continue on doing the rest of your echo. Champions on your echoes have a chance to drop uniques at least 1 LP. Nice. When you open a rune prison, there's a chance that a champion will appear to fight the exiled mage. Oh, that's nice. Twin mage chance 10% point. Rune prison have a chance to spawn 2 exiled mages inside of your echoes. Exiled mages on your echoes have a chance to drop a pile of items with plus level of skill affixes. Okay. Your Tomb's Cemetery is a guaranteed rune prison with a possessed exiled mage. And we are done here. We went through all of them and it's at time. So perfect. And yeah, Laurel. I'm taking a gander at the LE patch notes and the Weaver 3, well, the Atlas for it. And it's looking really nice. Let's continue. Champions. Add a new class of enemy, Champion, to the game. Champions are the subset of rare enemies with unique names and more powerful abilities. 20 champion enemies have been added for Season 2 across the game. And that I wanted that thing to go, but it's not going. Champions will be larger than our enemies and have an orange highlight to distinguish themselves as a champion enemy. Champions are based on existing enemies, but have added and altered abilities. Each champion has 3 random mods, a prefix and suffix like other rare enemies, and a new champion mod that grants it an extra ability. There we go. Add break. So I'll wait a moment. Alright. Each champion has 3 random mods. We read that already. Champions can spawn in the campaign, in dungeons and Monolith, but they only spawn in areas of level 6 and above. Oh, so by level 6 you can actually start fighting champions. That's interesting. That's gonna be nice. That's not gonna be murdering people in hardcore. No. No. That's not gonna happen at all. Pretty sure. Champions will always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, Volcanic champion will always drop a belt with a Volcanic champion affix. Champion affix is a subtype of personal affixes and as such cannot exist as shards. Items with champion affix are always rare or exalted. Examples: +1 to maximum companions increase minion damage. Chance to cast Electrify on hit, and chance to cast Smite on hit with throwing attacks. Up to 10 times per 2 seconds. X minions teleported around you after you use Reversal skill and increase minion damage. Increase spell damage and stance for Lightning Blast chain 4 additional times. Oh. So maybe, although I've heard Lightning Blast does not have enough damage on it to be good for you to want to build around this. Ward per second and percent of current health convert to ward when you directly cast a necrotic spell. So essentially Twisted Heart. Added 1 melee damage and +1 charge for Void Cleave. Champions also have a small chance to drop exceptional loot, such as a pile of uniques. Champion encounters with their rewards can be influenced by nodes in the Weaver tree. Monolith! Add new Monolith objectives in Monolith. Slay X champions, slay X exiled mages. Activate shrines until ambushed. Huh. Open lost caches until ambushed. Oh, so are we gonna get like echoes with more shrines and more caches? Or specific echoes with those kind of things? Stabilize the echo. Unstable rifts will open throughout the zone. Find the rifts and slay all enemies that spawn to close them and stabilize the echo. Completing the objective also rewards bonus stability timeline for all players in the zone. So are we gonna have multiple objectives in order to complete the Echo? Is that it? So you won't be locked into one single objective? I should probably watch the podcast from yesterday, because I was raiding at the time and I couldn't watch it, because the man have covered some things we are reading here. Find the cocoon item. Slay enemies until one drops the cocoon item. Clicking the objective will drop cocoon uniques and an unidentified unique of a specific base type. Identifying the cocoon unique will roll any unique of that base type that is more likely to have higher levels of legendary potential levels or reverse will. Good uniques cannot reveal items that are exclusive drops from things such as bosses. Okay. It's just something fun, I guess. It is the identification mechanic that we have, that we know from other games, just simplified. Shared Monolith timeline unlocks. Yeah, this is nice. You no longer have to unlock Empowered Monolith on new characters. Shade of Orb is now scaled with area level. To compensate for the effect of this change, Shade now has 42% less health and deals 20% less damage at baseline. This results in it having 50% more health and dealing 5% more damage than before at level 100. It's slightly higher, slightly more difficult by default. Energy is scaled with area level already. It's not changed how the Shade scales with corruption or this is from the center of the Echo. Arena echoes have fewer waves overall and provide better rewards. Most enemies in the arena are now moved faster when they are further away from the player, allowing them to engage the player faster. A random champion now spawns at the end of the arena's last wave. They spawn faster. Fix the minimap not generating in some of the arena echoes. Wave count not showing. Inspire, yeah, this is a... I was saying that I would remove spires, but this makes them better. Inspire objectives, echoes and all spires will all spawn with Spire Guardian. Spire Guardians are special mini-bosses that guard the spires in their echoes. Spires will now wait to attack you until you are in combat with the Spire Guardian, so you'll no longer, oh, you're slightly paying attention to something else, get Spire to the face and die. No longer will happen. No longer will spires cuck you out of your nemesis. Egg. Spirals have a protective shield around them and cannot be damaged until the Spire Guardian has been defeated. That denotes persistence. When you die in an echo, all items in a small area around the corpse are brought with you to the echo of a world. Unless you are hardcore. Heads up, if you die in hardcore, you lose the loot. Just saying. They said I like that they said that for the respawn mechanic in dungeons, but they didn't say this for hardcore. They didn't put that little hardcore snippet there. Improved end of time Monolith Hub visuals. But the end of time and Monolith already look pretty good. So I wonder how they are gonna look after that. Third corruption value per each time as shown on the world map screen. Ah! That's so another quality of life amazing change. Timeline completion quest, last quest in timeline now rewards significantly more experience, but have a limit based on the percent experience required for a character of that level to reach the next level. Okay. Echo objectives are no longer rerolled each time you repeat an echo. Instead, they will always keep the same objective even if exited and re-entered. Pestilence arena traps are now deactivated during the rest period between every 5 waves. No idea which. Improved game performance in Monoliths when there is a locate objective. Encounters in the follow Ledria quest echo have been simplified. I think this is the one where you go talk with the NPCs. Although this one is actually one of the less. I wish they would do this for the the Lagon ones and the Spirits of Fire. Re-entering echoes that have been previously entered have reduced amount of events, such as Nemesis or Exiled Mages, and drop less loot. This prevents us from having to drastically reduce the amount of content and rewards echoes contain, as leaving and re-entering them on purpose was emergent gameplay that would be very strong and unintuitive gameplay loop that we want to avoid. So yes, if you find those monoliths with crawling full of covenants and you exit out, yeah, you're better off maybe going into another one. Added a message to echo tooltips that have previously been entered, noting that random mechanics will be less likely to occur. And then key charms. Key charms are a new item, we have seen this. Portal charms, you can skip the dungeon and go straight to the boss. Scale charms can be used at the end of some greatly increased spawn rate of loot lizards found during that run. Okay. So you can actually farm the dungeon for loot lizards on occasion. Black market key trader can be found, and Magellan will trade 3 keys of any kind for a portal charm. Yeah, this is nice. So if you don't want to go through the dungeons, you can choose not to. Or if you want to run the dungeons, you can also use the scale charm and run the dungeon and get Lizzies. Temporal Sanctum is gonna be silly with these. Is that thing spawns lizards on both timelines? So yeah. You can always spawn in dungeons by expending a key. You'll spawn near the area where you died, or just outside the boss area if you died while fighting a dungeon boss. During a dungeon boss fight, if you're in a party and all players have died, only one party member needs to spend a key for the party to respawn and continue. The spectate button has also been added to the death screen, allowing you to watch your party continue the fight while you are dead. You cannot move the camera while spectating. I mean, yeah, it's better than dying in the corner and being bored. Completing Temporal Sanctum, Lightless Harbor, and Soulfire Bastion for the first time now rewards 2 passive points and 1 unlock idle. And 1 idle unlock, each by way of 3 new short quests for defeating their respective bosses. I wonder if this means people will start skipping Hyboria and just go do the dungeons. Well, it will be good for new characters, because then you can just run the dungeons, and hopefully by doing a couple of quests and between unlocking the dungeons you can get all your idols and passives. This quest also direct players to the alternate dungeon exit, which allows bypassing a portion of the campaign. Completing alternate dungeons in this way will earn players a total of 6 passive points and 3 idle slots to skip a large portion of the campaign zones. And here we begin. Skill changes. Time ailments. Time Rod's base damage is now 60 from 55. Time Rod, Doom, and Abyssal Decay now use different rules for being replaced when the afflicted character is at the maximum stats of that ailment. They'll only be replaced if the newly applied ailment will deal more damage than the remaining damage of an existing application of that ailment. For example, if you apply an Abyssal Decay that will deal 1000 total damage, since the stack limit is 1, any further attempts at applying Abyssal Decay will not apply the ailment unless the new ailment's total damage exceeds the remaining damage of that existing stack. So after 50% of that Abyssal Decay remaining duration, it will have 500 damage left, so a new application will need to deal over 500 damage total to replace it. And that's nice when you have things like Abyssal Decay, where you can make it pop a few times in one cast. Instant cast abilities can be used immediately during evade. Yeah. Evade is now smoother in online mode, no longer stutters at the edges of maps. It has been made smoother for the game at more than 60 FPS. Player can use abilities after side effect ends. Yeah, evade animation no longer gets stuck, it's skill cast at the edge of an obstacle. Fix an issue where mages could get stuck after the evade animation. Fix an issue where the second cast of evade would break if clicked quickly. Fix getting stuck in evade when used after skills teleport, transplant, and void cleave. Skill bug fixes. Bug fixes. Look at all the bugs. Double the max accessible path length for movement skills. This allows you to traverse over gaps that would take up to 60 units to walk around. From 30. Fix the bug where skills that would make you immune during movement did not prevent damage dealt ward. Fix the bug causing some movement abilities to not just character to drain. Fix the bug where moving the movement skill at the edge of a walkable area would sometimes cause the player to be moved in the opposite direction of where they were aimed. I don't think that has happened to me. Fixed cases where movement abilities could leave the player unable to move until another skill is used. Yeah, this has happened. Minions! Bug fixes. Minions will now avoid targeting enemies that are currently invulnerable. The bug which causes many minions to not receive the inherent 50% less damage taken from powerful abilities. In particular, all Acolyte and Sentinel minions suffer from this bug. Okay. I wonder if this will make it so my minions won't just get absolutely murdered by the Fat Harbinger. Fix the bug where minions sometimes won't show up next to the player despite the HUD displaying them as being alive. Fix the case where minions to fight enemies while players are in a grace period. Yeah, that's a nice fix. I've seen people abuse that. Well, to be fair, it wasn't much of an abuse word. Fix the bug that caused some minions to spawn in invalid locations. Fix the issue of player's grace period do not consistently apply to minions as well. Minions that are distant from the player on the other side of the impassable barriers created at the start of Haspur Exodian or Legon boss fights are now teleported around the player shortly. Oh, welcome back, Rel. Now teleport around the place shortly after barriers are created. This excludes totems and are permanently mobile minions that bone prisons. Oh, that's nice. Especially the Aerosphex is something I forget sometimes, and then you go, oh, minions got stuck. It's especially bad on Primalist. Manifest Armor and Wraith Lord are now more responsive at high movement speeds, reducing use of the minions skating and struggling to move to its intended destination in a timely fashion. Fix the bug where downed companions' revival visuals persist if player respawn while the companion was downed. The bug where abilities to replace your play, not trigger. Instant abilities should no longer stop channeling abilities, such as the case of casting Holy Aura while channeling Warpath. The bug where leech provided by skill trees could ignore effects such as Bullet Fist cannot leech if the player are no other source of leech. Okay, that's interesting. Fix the bug where instant skills could not benefit from several effects that require a direct cast. For example, static. When directly cast, it was not able to consume Abyssal Ride stacks from Sacrificial Embrace. That display mana cost many skills to 0. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. It will fix some problems people were having with shrines. I wonder if they're adding any new shrines as well. Add sub-skills to tooltips and then place within skill trees where they were absent. To situations where Shield Rush, Bear Form, Rampage's Flame Rush could move the player outside the map. Player now displays the correct combo skill animation when casting the ability in online mode, even if multiple identical combo skills are selected in the bar. Combo skill iterative logic when adding multiple identical skills to the bar simultaneously. The appearance of some orbiting abilities. The bug removing a modifier that increases the maximum number of companion while having the maximum number of amount of that companion would result in the extra companion being downed instead of despawned. Fix the bug in online mode where casting abilities with near 0 mana would trigger the ability animation without actually using the ability. Improve directional movement of shuriken projectiles and sentinel hammers with chained ricochet modes in online mode. Fix an issue where abilities would reset their cooldown when transitioning between scenes in online mode. Reduce instances of abilities visually disappearing early or rapidly accelerating at the end of their movement when playing at higher latency. Fix an issue where instant abilities would sometimes fail to cast until you manually cast it. Fix some case where abilities would fail to trigger due to elevation differences. Or would just go straight up. Fix an issue so various player and enemy abilities, projectiles, and effects will now render and move consistently in offline mode. Skills that have orbiting effects will no longer jitter or move irregularly when orbiting a moving character in offline mode, including Devouring Orb, Hammer Throw, Cinder Strike, Burning Dagger, Shurikens, Blade Shield, Static Orb, Orbital Fulmination. Devouring Orb, Dark Moon will no longer appear briefly at cast locations before returning to orbiting the player in offline mode. It's an issue with some abilities targeting, particularly Maelstrom. Alright, so now we are done with those fixes. I know there are more bug fixes at the end, if I'm not mistaken. But now, Sentinel. Sentinel cast has been updated and significantly with the aim of making the class more fun. Though many skill chains are more powerful and varied through new and updated passives, skill tree and rework of Time Rot, and more. Yeah, Paladin is looking to become completely busted. ForgeGuard passive tree added a new ForgeGuard node, ForgeGuard Forge Master's Might, that allows you to equip a shield alongside a two-handed sword, axe, mace, or spear. While you have a two-handed weapon and the shield equipped, you and your minions deal 20% less damage and have 10% less attacks at cast speed. And haste grants 10% block chance. I'm not sure if they didn't go too far with the damage nerfs there. It's because you get the damage nerf and the less attack and speed. The first mastery bonus grants 1.5 more damage per 10% remaining health from granting increased fire lightning and damage. Yeah. That you get another multiplier instead of increased damage. So I would say a buff. Defiance now has a 5-point threshold bonus, grants +1 endurance threshold per 2% and uncapped elemental resist. Honor is renamed to Honor and grants +50% block effectiveness and +50% stun avoidance. And its non-scaling block chance is now a 3-point threshold bonus, but it grants +3% block chance from +2. Phoenix Strike grants 12% ignite chance from 12% melee ignite chance. Nice change. And now as a 5-point threshold, it grants 20% fire penetration with ignite. Another nice change. Divine Bolt is now a 4-point node from 1 and grants 35% chance to cast Divine Bolt on melee hit per point, up to twice per second, from a 20% chance on melee hit. Twice per second, and you can get it up to 100%. And now as a 3-point threshold bonus, it grants an additional Divine Bolt projectile. Valor grants 12 health from 15, and now also grants 2% endurance per point. Okay, so you get endurance and HP. That's nice. Holy Symbol, in addition to healing you, now you also grants 5 ward per second per point for 3 seconds, scaling with your increased healing effectiveness. Blinding Light now grants +7% blind chance per point from 5% and +7% electrified chance per point, but no longer grants 2% endurance. Additionally, it now has a 5-point threshold that grants 25% increased blind and electrified duration. So they mentioned the electrify support. So the builds that were strong with Electrify are gonna get insane now. Heaven Fire is now called Heaven's Bulwark and now has 5-point threshold bonus that grants 30% reduced damage bonus taken from crits. Wait, which is Heaven's Bulwark? Let's look at it. Banner. Let me check the Primalists. The Paladin, sorry. So passives. So we can go along with this. Phoenix Strike, Holy Symbol, Blinding Light. Oh, okay. Ooh. Because this thing was already good. Now it makes it even better. That's nice. Fire Strength now grants 1% fire resistance shred chance per 2 points of strength from 4% increased fire damage if you have an enemy with a melee attack recently. Huh? Ah, okay. They changed the other thing. Well, that's nice. Gives you a reason to stack strength. Yeah, Divinity is now a 6-point node that grants 10% more Divine Bolt damage per point from +1 Divine Bolt projectiles and 10% reduced trigger chance per point. Additional now it has a 4-point threshold that grants +1 Divine Bolt projectiles. Yeah, I can see a Paladin autocaster build. With Divine Bolts, the Multistrike with the Smite, Aurelis, all of those good stuff, Polaris. Nice that they added more support to that. Well, the icon now has a 5-point threshold bonus, grants +7 health regen. Nice. Is all the icon again? Oh. Can't wait to see all of the changes that will come to Necromancer in the future. Prey has been removed and has been replaced with Force of Devotion. It grants +3 throwing damage per point, +10% throwing frailty chance, and 20% throwing armor shred. Where is it? So, throw support for Paladin. And that's insanely strong for throwing. 3 attack per point plus frailty, free frailty and free armor shred? Jesus. I'm guessing if you want to go something with Forge Guard for throw, you'll probably want to go for Paladin as well. Yeah, if you want to go throw on either Forge Guard or Paladin, you're gonna want that. Just the frailty, freeing up a slot on your gear from having to get frailty on it is pretty good already. Their divinity is now 6. Yeah. It has been rework. Alignment has swapped places with dedication. Now grants 15% increase healing effect per point from 30% increase healing effect to your next spell every 3 seconds. Healing effect is doubled spells that cost at least 10 mana. Here it is. Oh, they they put dedication past the chain. So now it's a Paladin exclusive node. Yeah, because it also got buffed. Dedication has swapped places in alignment, now grants 1% increased maximum mana per point. From 2% increased mana regen. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold that grants 1% increased mana regen per 1% block chance above 50%. So it kinda got the mana regen nerfed a little bit. It should be fine. Sanctuary Guardian grants 3% increased cast speed with a shield equipped per point. From +2 spell damage with a shield. And it now also has a 5-point threshold bonus. It grants 15 hours. Well, that's a nice passive. Paladin is sounding to be very busted. Sword of Raya grants 20% melee ignite chance per point from +15% ignite chance. Additionally, it has a 5-point bonus because all of your current ignite stacks on enemies deal 50% more damage when you activate Holy Aura. Oh, that's an interesting interaction. Plate Armor grants 8% increased armor per point from 5 and 2 health regen per point from 5 crit avoidance. Yeah, that's a nice change. I never understood the logic of having crit avoidance on Sentinel, considering how easy you can get crit damage reduction on due to Lionine. The 5% special bonus grants 2% increased health regen per attunement. Oh, so health regen Paladin is actually gonna be a thing. Shield Wall is now a 4-point node from 1 point that grants 2% block chance per point from +4% and 4 health on block per point from 10. As well as 5% less stun duration on you per point It has less punishing downside than before. It gives you 30% less dodge chance from cannot dodge. Holy Precision grants 10% increased crit chance per point from 20% increased spell damage and throwing crit chance. And plus 5% crit multiplier per point from 10% lightning crit multi. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 3% added crit chance. Okay, so 3% flat crit. That's nice. And it's nice that it works for everything now. Penance now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 1% bleed duration per 20 endurance threshold. Huh. Penance again. Oh. Oh, so they didn't change this. So bleed hammers will still work, I guess. Let's figure out the damage. Righteous Firebrand is now a 5-point node. From 7 it gains 2% increased melee attack speed per point and 1.5% fire penetration per 100% increased healing effectiveness per point. Oh, these are these two, right? Yeah, that one, right? Firebrand, yeah, these two. Yeah, these nodes really needed changing. Righteous Firebrand, 5-point node. Prayer each is now an 8-point node. From 12 that grants plus 15 health per point. From 12 and 5 endurance threshold per point. Additionally, it now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants plus 7 endurance threshold per 2 attunement. I can see paladins running a ton of endurance threshold with these changes. Although you can only get it from belt now. Added 8 new point node called Judgment of the Storm that grants 5% shot chance per point, 5% lightning resistance stretch chance per point, and 5% electrified chance per point. Additionally, it has 5-point threshold, grants 1% more lightning damage over time per 2% added crit multiplier above the base 200. Ooh, so Salt the Hurt, but without having to use Salt the Hurt. Salt the Wound. Yeah, looks nice. Divine Essence node has been reworked to grant 1 attunement per point and a 10% chance point to grant Divine Essence each second while at high health. Each stack lasts 10 seconds, grants 50% increased armor and healing effect, and reduces damage over time taken by 5%. Yeah, this is such a better node than it was before. It no longer heals you though. Add a 5-point node called Covenant of Light that grants 4% increased effect per point to Holy Aura of Symbols of Hope. Increased effect per point to Holy Aura of Symbols. Oh, Holy Aura and Symbols of Hope. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes it, okay, a useful passive then. Redemption's last state line now grants 7% increased damage over time per point. Penance buff. 7% increased generic damage from the buff. Okay. And a new 7-point apex node behind Covenant of Light, called Covenant of Dominion, that grants 8% increased physical fire and lightning damage per point, as well as 1% increased movement speed per point. Additionally, it tells your Holy Aura to grant 25% increased mana regen. Okay. Add a new 7-point apex node behind Covenant of Light called Covenant of Protection that grants 8% increased armor per point. 2% of your armor applies to damage over time taken per point. Additionally, against 5 health regen per Symbol of Hope. I'm guessing these two. So they removed the other one that you had here at the end. This is still a 12-point thingy. I find it funny they didn't change that one. Yeah, but that looks nice. You're wanting to stack health regen? And this is just nice damage. Oh, they reworked it then into this. With a mana then 5-pointer bonus. Okay. Void Knight passive tree. Let's look at Void Knight. Temporal Corruption no longer converts Smite to Void. This effect is now available in the Smite skill tree. Oh, really? Let me. That I want to see. Oh, but now you have to waste a point for it. Kinda sad. Ah, but now it gives you Time Rod chance, okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair. It gives it Time Rod chance, that's fair. No, means you can do wacky stuff with it. You can make a Fire Void Knight if you want then. While having Smite still do damage. Or maybe... yeah. I don't think they changed the Void Knight passive, did they? Yeah, melee void damage. And it's same thing. Didn't change that. Alright, so Devouring Blade now grants 5% increased damage per point, from 10% increased damage per 4 seconds after you killed an enemy recently, and 1% point per leech per point. The effects are doubled if you have killed an enemy recently. Nice. It's very nice that they are shifting away from requiring you to kill stuff to get a bonus. Just still you get increased bonus. War Leader now requires 1 point in Devouring Blade, grants 0.5% of melee and void damage per point. 4%. Additionally, now has a 5-point threshold bonus, grants 20% increased health leech rate. Oh, but they... wasn't it? Yeah, this was later on. No? I think so. I mean, this is a decent node, to be honest. Although this is still better. Especially with the 5-point bonus. Abyssal Endurance now has a 5-point threshold bonus, grants 5% less void and physical damage taken. Guessing that one. Yep. And this one's already pretty good. It's just better now. Temporal Corruption no longer has Smite conversion, it has moved to Smite skill tree. Sorrow and Steel now grants 8% increased melee damage per point, from 7% increased physical and void damage. Additional... it has a 5-point threshold bonus, it grants 35 area to melee area skill. So they turned Sorrow and Steel into a fully melee skill, and they gave us the... this one that will work if you want to go caster. That's okay. The Leech is also pretty good for when you're going caster. Void Blades grants plus 3 melee void damage per point. Oh, plus 2. Sorrow and Steel... read that. Void Corruption is now an 8-point node that grants 10% increased crit chance per point, and a 1% crit multiplier per point in the Void skill tree is now a 5-point threshold bonus. This is very nice. Because you didn't have any, used to have any crit chance on the Void Knight tree. Dharma now also grants 2% increased health per point. Dharma. Oh. So now it's actually useful. Because, let's be honest, that tends to absorb health on kill. Yeah, it's nice when you're doing echoes. It's completely useless when you're killing bosses most of the time. Void Bolt is now called Void Wave, so it isn't confused with the new Void Bolt sub-ability. Against +3 throwing void damage per point from +2, and 10% increased spell void damage per point from +2 spell void damage. Not sure if I like that. I mean, it might make the hammer throw with the disintegrating area even better. Because I think the disintegrating area is considered a spell, so I'm guessing this would apply to it. It's a bit sad losing the flat spell void, but it is better getting the increase, since you'll be stacking vitality, and vitality will give you flat void damage, unless they changed something. No, vitality still gives you flat spell damage, so it's all good. Actually, I think it's a buff. Getting that 10% increased void damage instead of flat spell damage. I think. Void Bolt is now called Void Wave, yeah, and Ending Anger now grants +2%, 0.2% melee leech per point from 1% more health absorbed from Dark Maw, and 10% increased leech rate. Oh, that's nice for a melee. Future Strike. Oh, Future Strike has been removed. Huh. White Flux has been removed. And a new 10-point node in Future Strike placed that grants 7% increased spell damage and 3% increased area for area spells. Additionally, it has an 8-point threshold that grants Abyssal Echoes plus 50% chance to echo. So they actually went and gave us caster support for Void Knight, which is very nice, which makes me pretty happy. Since that has been the Void Knight I enjoyed the most, was playing it as a caster. Noom Knight gains +6 health per point from +5. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold, gains 5% more armor. It also gives this strength. Yeah, this is very nice. Like, that 5% more armor is very nice. Penalty grants 8% increased melee void damage per point from 5. This penalty. And melee kill threshold, well, we don't care too much about that. Void damage over time. And reduced bonus damage taken from crits. Well, considering how Time Rot can be silly currently, I can see you doing something nice with that. Patient Doom is now a 6-point node that grants 6% increased by damage over time per point from 30% increased damage to next attack every 3 seconds, and 5% reduced bonus damage from critical strikes. Rot Ripples now also grants 10% Time Rot chance per point. And it's nice that it's not tied to anything, to melee, because it used to be melee related. They had to, it was useless for caster. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold that grants 25% increased time rot duration. Null Velocity has been reworked to Temporal Velocity and is an 8 node. It grants +1 vitality per point and 3% increased cooldown recovery speed per point. Additionally, it has 5-point threshold bonuses that cause your Devouring Orb to immediately cast a Void Rift on direct use. Wait, which one? Temporal Velocity. I mean, the vitality, though. They changed this, because this used to be vitality. You have increased cast speed and have a chance to cast a Void Beam. Right. Ooh, our caster Void Knight is getting expanded massively. The possibilities are getting expanded massively. Small velocity has been reworked to temporal velocities in an 8 node. Woe is now an 8-point node that grants 3% physical and void penetration per point. But no longer grants 5 increased melee damage. This node has 5-point threshold bonus that grants plus 50% frailty and slow chance. They're taking away the need for you to have frailty on gear, which is very, very nice. But Paladin and Void Knight now have it. I'm guessing now Forge Guard is the one missing it, which is kinda sad. Rod Grip has switched places with Woe. It grants 6% more time rod chance per point from 10%. Additionally, each point gains 0.2% more time rod damage per point per 1% global slow chance. 0.4 more time rod damage per 1% global time rod chance with void skills, and 0.2% more void time rod damage per point per 1% decrease melee, throwing or cast speed, whichever is the lowest. Maximum 5 points. Well, sad. You could have went with whichever is the highest. And just have half of it or something if they wanted to not make it insane. Renouncement is now an 8-point node from 5 that grants 3% increased cast speed per point and 5% chance per point to cast a Void Beam on direct Smite casts up to 2 times per second. Additionally, the previous Smite scales Vitality instead of attunement and deals plus 1 void spell damage per Vitality have been moved to a 5-point threshold bonus. So they're actually forcing you to invest 5 points there. I mean, it's fine, you get some void beams getting thrown off, so okay. Essence of the End grants 12% chance per point to gain a void essence on kill from 4%, and a 4% chance to gain a void essence with a boss or rare enemy. You can gain 1 void essence every 4 seconds this way. Additionally, void essence now grants 3% more void and melee damage and 15% reduced stun duration on you. Nah. Ensure that 3% more void damage is nice. Is that it? It's void and melee, not sure if it's gonna be that worth for a caster. Singular purpose is now a 5-point node. It grants 2% more void damage per point from 25% decreased void damage. It just gives more damage, that's nice. Doubled if you have less than 30% block chance. Additionally, it has a 4-point threshold that grants 5% less damage taken from slowed and time-rotted enemies. These sack. Well, okay. Future Mind is now an 8-point node from 10 and grants 4% increased mana regen per point from 2. Additionally, it has a 5-point threshold that grants 14 mana whenever an ability echo. Echoing Strikes now grants 4% time rod chance per point. Additionally, it has a 4% threshold that grants 50% more time rod chance per your echoed ability. Void Aegis has been reworked. If you take a hit that deals at least 25% of your maximum health as damage, you sacrifice a Void Essence to gain Void Aegis for 4 seconds, which grants you 3% of your maximum health gain as endurance threshold per point. Huh? OS gain Void Aegis, which gains a portion of your maximum health gain as endurance threshold. On boss or rare hit, 4%. They can get 20% chance of a Void Essence on boss hit. And 100%? No. And 70% when killing? 60% chance when on a kill. And 30% when hitting bosses. I mean, 30% is not that bad. But to make use of this, I think it should be maybe a little bit higher. Just slightly. 50% time out chance for abilities, yeah. Wait, Dread has been renamed to Dread form, and now has a 5-point threshold bonus that grants 50% reduced slow and chill effect on you. Dread. Oh. But Dread form was already a pretty good passive. Mostly because of the movement speed. Time Legion now also grants 3% increased throwing attack speed per point, but no longer grants time rot chance. Oh. I mean, that's fine. It's actually useful. Then this one stayed the same. Add a new 5-point node called Abyssal Fluctuation that grants 10% of elemental damage taken as void per point. But you take 4% less void damage per point. Fine, nice. It's just elemental damage reduction at the end of the day. And void damage reduction, obviously. Add a new 5-point node called Mortal Cleave that grants 1% added crit chance per point. Additionally, it has a 4-point threshold bonus that grants the Mortal Cleave buff when you hit an enemy at low health. The buff grants you 10% more hit damage for 8 seconds. Avatar of Regret now also has 10% increased armor. But while the description has been correctly stated, it consumes 3 void essences, previously said 1 in description. Void essence to refund mana. Incredibly strong. But like flat crit, they really have simplified crit stacking for Knight when you want to go crit. They have simplified it quite a bit. Alright. Oh god, the skills. Yeah, I think the skills we're gonna see them here. It's much more intuitive. Okay, Volatile Reversal. Well, that's a big tree. Mobility removed, but the attack, yada yada. I mean, I don't think it's worth to go over the skill changes because it's gonna be a lot of skill changes, and this is something you'll want to mess with either way. I also want to see these void bolts. When they mentioned it, I was expecting it to have a passive thing tied to it. Oops. Okay, let's just check instead of checking out, especially Volatile Reversal that's getting completely revamped. And Devouring Orb is also kind of getting a bit of a revamp. Volatile's both also has Rework, now combo ability, where the face cast jumps forward in time to its target location, and the other one recast jumps back to where you started. Damage effectiveness applies at 100%. The skill tag at Void, melee area movement, traversal, strength, vitality. Gains 4% decreased melee damage per strength, and plus 2 Void spell damage per vitality. Volatile Reversal has been reworked, Immutable Past. Volatile Reversal second part of the combo is removed, but deals 10% more damage, more melee damage, and has 20% increase in melee area. Just want to use it as a straight up movement gap closer. Termination, 8% more damage per point. Feature focused, second combo ability now jumps forward in time to your target location instead of backwards, plus 6 seconds to cool down. You will no longer benefit from effects which require being able to jump forwards. Patient. Volatile Reversal melee attack has 50% chance per point to inflict slow. Volatile Reversal deals 3% more hit damage per slow on the target per point. Claimed action. When you move at least 4 meters by jumping through time, your next melee or spell is guaranteed to echo if able. That could be interesting. Like expands. I'm thinking like doing this with Erasing Strike, for example. Volatile Reversal has 20% increased area. Yeah. Volatile Reversal. Attack and Void Bolts are converted to fire. Oh, you can turn it to fire as well. Nice. Time Rod chance in this tree is converted to Ignite chance. That's all I'm doing. Volatile power. When you jump forwards in time, your arrival location is slightly randomized by 1 meter per point, but Volatile Reversal deals 10% more melee damage per point and has 50% increased melee area per point. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, what else do you want me to do? I'm going over the patch notes, seeing what's possible and what's not possible. And yeah. What's new, what's fun, essentially. Interesting infusion. Volatile Reversal melee attack has a 35% chance per point to grant a Void Essence. Ah, so you can use it as a Void Essence generator. And jump backwards in time, Volatile Reversal deals 2% more damage per meter traveled per point, up to 40% per point. Discounts distance you traveled when you're going forwards and backwards. Volatile Reversal can move up to 20 meters in a single jump at baseline. Incipient Void Bolt. When you cast Volatile Reversal, you cast Void Bolt at 3 enemies nearby your starting position, and it costs +3 mana cost. Void Bolts are piercing spell projectiles. Multiple Void Bolts from the same cast can't hit the same enemy more than once. That's a pity. Wow. What's up, Kimi? You on day off? Terminal Void Bolt. When you cast Volatile Reversal, cast Void Bolt at 3 enemies nearby your arrival location. Terminal Void Bolt are replaced by a single cast of Abyssal Echoes, consuming 80% of its mana cost. This is very nice. You can make it apply Abyssal Echoes. I might actually want to fit this into my caster build just for as a way to apply Abyssal Echoes. Good for worms. Volatile Reversals Void Bolts have a 50% chance per point to click Time Rod. Time Rifts. Enemies hit by Volatile Reversals Void Bolts take 15% increased damage over time for 3 seconds per point. Not stack. Your Void Bolts return to you. All returning Void Bolts can hit the same targets again. This means a single cast of the Void Bolt spell can hit an enemy up to 4 times. 40% decreased mana cost. Guess it depends on how much you can scale that. Swift Echoes, cooldown recovery, Running Maw, Volatile Reversal 3% critical strike chance, Void Siphon, critically hitting at least one enemy with Volatile Reversal, or Void Bolt restores 2 mana per point. Okay. Can occur once per use for the attack and separately once per use. Catching up. When you jump backwards in time, you gain haste for 1 second per point. Warp time. You have frenzy while being able to jump backwards in time. You are able to jump backwards in time when you jump back mobility is right. Face reality. You are able to jump backwards in time. 5% per point of your armor mitigation applies to damage over time. Volatile Reversal for a jump has a significant shorter maximum distance, but its cooldown is reduced. 30% reduced max distance, 50% reduced cooldown. No longer traversal. It reduces VR's maximum movement distance to 6 meters. It's interesting that it removes it from being a traversal. Because then you could use a proper traversal and also use this for slight shifting. Temporal Dilation. The second combo ability remains able to be used for +1 second per point and deals 12% more damage per point. Nice if you want to use the bonus for of the jump back in time. Accelerationist. When you jump forwards in time, your Devouring Orbs become 2 seconds older per point. Tells them to expire sooner. Chrono Devourer. When you jump backwards in time, Devouring Orb recovers 2 seconds of cooldown per point for every orb that expired after jumping forward. Ah, okay. Direct convergence. When you jump forward in time, your Devouring Orbs that pull towards you and trigger Void Rift. And mana cost. This is probably the one of the funnest nodes in this skill. I wonder how that will interact if you have the spinny orbs though. Eternal Banquet. When you jump backwards in time, your Devouring Orbs become 2 seconds younger per point. This causes them to expire later. Each orb can only benefit from this once. Let me just look at where those are located. This is the conversion, area, infusion, and the randomization. Now, so you can pick between these two. You can choose not to make them lose time, so to speak. That's good. Okay, fixes instances where players could fly off the map with Volatile Reversal. He would just fly off the map. I don't think I've seen, but again, I didn't really use Volatile Reversal on my Void Knight builds. It's nice. On my Sentinel builds, really. Missile Echoes. Fix a bug with another breach could trigger from indirect tests of Missile Echoes. Fix a bug with another breach could not trigger from direct tests of Abyssal Echoes while Screaming Rift is allocated. Fix the buff where Abyssal Echoes Myopia would not blind enemies unless you had certain other nodes allocated, such as Rippling Corrosion or Fiery Chasm. Fix the bug where Exacerbate could not be allocated despite having 3 points allocated in Quicksand. This case where Anomaly could cause enemies to slide instead of animating properly when released by the ability. Devouring Orbs now have a damaging aura that deals void damage over time to nearby enemies. Added damage applies to the aura at 100% effectiveness per second. Auras from multiple orbs can damage the same enemy. Devour the Weak has been replaced with a new node, All-Consuming. When you directly cast Devouring Orb within the area of an existing Devouring Orb, the new orb consumes all existing orbs to gain 100% more damage, 50% more area, and 4% less ailment damage per orb consumed. 4% less ailment damage. That's odd. Void Rift has been replaced with Eldritch Bloom. Devouring Orb's damaging aura gains 3% more radius per second per point, up to a maximum of 30% per point. Maximum of 3 points. Oh, did they change the Void Rifts then? Where is Devouring Orb? Oh no, it still keeps the Devouring Rift whenever something dies. It just added a dot component to it. Okay. Modifier Rift. It's nice that now it actually does damage. Even when you don't kill stuff without having the spinny orb node. Modifier Rift has been replaced with Eldritch Bloom. Burning Prey has been replaced with Eternal Decay. Devouring Orb is 10% less hit damage per point, but 15% more damage over time per point. Okay. So if you want to go full dot, you go full dot. Yeah, because you're not forced into the hit component, even if you want to use the spinny orb. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot more ways to build Void Knight now. In terms of caster Void Knight. Add a new node connected to Abyssal Emission, the Rending Mag Maw. Abyssal Orbs have a 25% chance per point to slow and shred the void resistance of enemies hit. I wonder if that applies to the Void Rifts as well. World Rot grants 35% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point, from 10% chance per point. Only for the Void Rifts. It now also grants damaging R 25% chance per second per point of inflicting Time Rot. Okay, so 25% chance per point on the Devouring Orb and the Rifts. Base radius of the orb for the purpose of hitting enemies with cosmic impact has been increased by 133. Cosmic impact. Is that the spinny orb thing? Yeah. Okay, let me BRB on the webcam for a little bit. Base radius of the orb, yeah. Abyssal Rush functionality has been replaced. While you are moving, you'll automatically cast Devouring Orb if it's not on cooldown. And you have enough mana. This effect puts Devouring Orb on cooldown. And from what I understood, it does not generate echo casts. I mean, this is gonna be nice when moving around early on. And maybe later... then maybe later on you might want to spec out of it. Because of the echo chance. Oh, but you get a chance to consume only 50% of the Devouring Orb's cooldown and mana cost. Oh, so you have that. Well, that's interesting. Fight the star has been removed to require Abyssal Rush, and its functionality has been replaced. Whenever Abyssal Rush triggers, it has 8% chance per point to consume only 50% of the Devouring Orb's cooldown and mana cost. Patient Hunger now requires 2 points in Void Depth, from requiring 3 points in Foot and Orb. It now also grants plus 3 mana cost per point, and has maximum 2 points. Huh? Patient Hunger. Ah, okay. More additional charges and more mana cost. There. The bug where using Devouring Orb with Dark Moon would have it spawn in an incorrect position, then briefly teleport to the correct one. Fix the bug where the orb's collision radius with Cosmic Impact was not affected with area increases. Raising Strike. Raising Strike got increased damage effectiveness. Obliteration gets 10% more damage per point. Doubled while wielding a two-handed weapon from plus 6 melee void damage and plus 6 spell void damage. Yeah, from flat 2% for 2 more multiplier. Prophets and Slot also makes a Raising Strike undodgeable. Rift of Decay grants a 100% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit per point from 25. And now also grants 10% increased Time Rot duration per point. Ooh, so you can actually use Erasing Strike as a dot application as well. That's nice. Proper dot application. Ariash's Fall has been reworked. It now causes Erasing Strike to always create a Void Rift at its impact location. Fix the bug where the Erasing Strike's Void Rifts could not hit enemies that were hit by the Erasing Strike that created the Void Rifts. Okay. Forge Strike, increased damage effectiveness. Shrapnel grants Forge weapons 50% more damage. 5. Heavy Strike grants 15% more damage per point from 8% and 50% increased stun chance per point. Well, pity the Shrapnel thing still scales off of your stats instead of the Forged weapon stats. That was a 110% damage effectiveness from 105 with an equivalent base damage. Okay, hammer throw buffs. The collision node now grants 50% more damage. Ricochet now behaves like shield throws ricochet, able to ricochet back to a target that was already hit. That's nice. Ricochet no longer hands 30% less hit damage or 60% reduced stun duration. He now prevents throwing extra projectiles, but grants 10% more hit damage and 10% more attack speed per extra projectile. Nice. Chaining hammers no longer grants 10% less hit damage or 10% less attack speed per point. Ooh. So they effectively buffed everything that was in orbit. Force of Impact grants 10% more damage, 5% more hit damage per point. Fix the bug where Enra's technique was not converting chains to critical strike multiplier. Fix the bug where the hammer throw with the ricochet node allocated would not visually chain between enemies. Healing Hands, bug fixes. Fix the bug where Cloud Voyager's cooldown recovery would occur from indirect cast of Healing Hands. Fix the bug where Stasis of Light was granted less ward than intended. Fix the bug where using both Unbroken Prayer and Home Ward in Healing Hands makes it so the ability never actually casts while still going through the animation consuming mana. Holy Aura. Raya's Devotion now grants you and your allies 5% increased Ignite chance and 5% Electrify chance. Ooh, so it gets buffed and it gives you Electrify on top of Ignite. Nice. Raya's Fury now also grants your allies 5% light penetration per point. And Burning Blows has been renamed to Firestorm and now grants you and your allies 10% increased global lightning damage per point. Alright. Fixes the frame rate drop, so using Oliara. Javelin more damage effectiveness. Javelin buffs. Divine Fusion no longer incompatible with Siege Barrage. Both nodes allocated each javelin that rains down will create lightning spears. The added cooldowns from Holy Trail, Battle Standard, Surprise Initiative are now additive with each other. Previously chose the higher cooldown between Holy Trail and Battle Standard. With or without Surprise Initiative. This change was made to support builds that want to raise Javelin's cooldown further to take advantage of Pilgrimage. Pilgrimage grants 30% more fire lightning damage. And while Javelin is on cooldown, it gives 40% melee ignite chance and 40% melee electrify chance. That's interesting. Added a new node which requires Mighty Delivery, Warrior's Mark. It grants 1% frailty chance per strength per point and 1% increased physical resistance shred chance per dex per point. Okay, frailty chance and physical shred. Alright. Mighty Delivery. I'm guessing this is geared towards Forge Guard, because Forge Guard is the only one who didn't get frailty on its tree. Paladin and Void Knight got it. Mighty Delivery grants 5% more damage and 5% increased attack speed. Okay, slight buff. Siege Barrage grants 10 added mana cost, 12. So reduced mana cost. Addition. Spike Bombardment grants 30% decreased mana cost. So they reduced mana cost overall. Battle Standard grants 300% more damage. Divine Intervention casts Smite every 1.5 seconds. From 1.6. Okay, fine. Sure. Banner Restoration grants 25 healing per second from 20. Spear to the thigh. So you take, instead of an arrow to the knee, you take a spear to the thigh. Grants 35% more damage over time and can have a maximum of 4 points. Go for the legs, grants 30% bleed chance and 20% slow chance and can have a maximum of 4 points allocated. Burning Strength now requires Warrior's Mark. Holy Trail now requires Burning Strength from requiring Spear to the thigh. Force Total Hurdle now requires Go for the legs, requiring Keen Outlook. Excellent Balance rate Javelin and Swap Places. Perfect Setup and Sacred Forge have Swap Places. Perfect Setup grants minus 10 mana cost max melee skill. Beast Ender now requires Holy Spears or Excellent Balance. It now grants 4% more critical strike multiplier per point. Holy Spears now also grant 4% more lightning damage per point. Purifying Lightning grants 25% electrified chance and 15% lightning penetration with Electrify, so just a buff. Monster Piercer grants 12% more hit damage per point. Double against high health enemies. Previously only granted 3% more damage against high health enemies per point. Yeah, that's nice. I like that they started doing this. The conditional nodes being not just conditional nodes, but also granting you a baseline bonus. With Javelin's online movement, the Javelin's speed lightning movement hits are synchronized. The Javelin's stutter before releasing. It's the bug where the explosives created from Divine Fury node or CRP's Fractal 3 item while the Siege Barrage node was allocated would not be fired from the correct position. It's the bug where Divine Throws would not display a lightning themed indicator at its damage area in online mode. It's the bug where Battle Standard parts of its VFX end early in online mode. Fix the bug where Javelin with Siege Barrage always causes an extra hit directly at the target location. To compensate for this fix, Siege Barrage now throws 4 Javelins, not 3. Fix the bug where Keen Outlook is giving less damage than intended at longer distances. Okay, so let's take a quick look at Javelin. Yeah, there's a few things changed here and there. Here it's the same, here is the same, here is the same. Yeah. Javelin seems to be a... They really went for Javelin. Fire's offering now consumes 5% of current mana per point, from 30% per point. It now gives you 2% more damage per 1 mana consumed, for 1% more damage per 2 mana consumed. These changes are intended to account for the removal of Volatile Reversal's mana recovery for this build. So yeah, it reduces the amount of mana take, but it also gives you more damage per mana consumed. An item no longer grants 2 seconds cooldown duration, now it also grants 100% increased duration of Consecrating Aura and 100% more damage over time. Its alt text has been updated to clarify you can only have a single Consecrating Aura active at once. So Anointed. Where is Anointed? Ah, here it is. Nice buff. Lunge. Juggernaut Dash grants 50% block chance per point. Maximum points have been reduced from 2. Ah, okay, more block chance, less points invested. Visceral Path grants 50% more damage to enemies along the path per point. Rough Cuts grants 100% chance to bleed per point from 40%, so maximum points have been reduced from 4 to 4. What a more bleed chance. Healing Rush heals allies 50 health per point. And also cleanses allies you lunge to. Slipstream grants allies caught in the past haste. Pure Hate requires 2 points Slipstream from 3. Disarming Blow grants 100% frailty chance on hit per point, from up to 60% per point based on distance. Max point reduced to 3. Oh, so you get the 3 frailty stacks from casting lunge once. I'm guessing that will make lunge more better or more usable. Holy Inclusion grants 50% chance per point to cast Smite at up to 3 nearby targets based on distance traveled, from 25% per point. Increase base area on Multistrike by 33%. Forge Mastery grants 10% chance per point from 6 to consume a stack of armament while at maximum stacks to summon a forged weapon. That's nice. Vengeful grants a 34% chance per point to retaliate in Multistrike swords on block. It has a 1 second cooldown. Termination gets 50% more damage at max stacks per point. Maximum points has been reduced to 4. Sweeping blows now cause Multistrike to deal damage in a larger area. Jousting now grants 50% critical strike multiplier with the spear. Nice. Blade Torment didn't work. When you create additional swords and there are enemies, each remaining sword can consume 3 mana to strike the nearest enemy, even if it was hit by initial attack. This is very nice. Fix the bug where multi-strikes hack and slash attacks visuals or not sync with their damaging hit. Yeah, this will actually make multi-strike usable as a single target. Then increase the medium damage for point of attunement, scaling tags. The fire from immolation is now named Forged Flames as skill tooltip. Now has 100 damage effectiveness per second. Got buffed. And then Bugfixes, where the rush wall dodge will not increase the area hit by shield rush. Ring of shields lagging awkwardly behind players. And Rive changes. Temporal Warrior no longer grants 10% more void damage, it now converts Rive to void. Flamedrinker's Blade grants void penetration, instead of physical penetration if the skill is converted to void. Okay. Rive's damage effectiveness values are now 125% for the first 2 attacks and 250 for the 3rd attack. So got buffed. Massacre has been moved and reworked. It now grants 25% bleed chance per point and 10% increased bleed duration for the 3rd strike per point. Lacerate added damage effectiveness has been increased to 300%. Back on the webcam. Champion now grades 6% more damage, and its maximum point has been reduced to 4. Flurry now grants 10% increased attack speed from 8, and its maximum point has been reduced to 4. Challenge no longer adds plus 5 mana cost to the 2nd strike. It now grants plus 100% chance to slow for the 2nd strike. But it still pulls enemies. But this is a very nice change. Having that costing mana was not great. Fix the bug where the focus strike of Rive using a two-handed weapon also displayed one-handed visual effects. Added the bug where the first strike of Rive while using a two-handed sword did not align with the attack animation. They buff damage effectiveness on Shield Bash. I think that's good. I think that will make Shield Bash more viable. Shield Rush. Fix an issue where shielding Shield Rush or includes stuck movement animation. Fix an issue where a character would have the wrong position after using Shield Rush. The synchronous charge node unlocked. Fixed movement and rotation of beams created by a cast of Shield Rush when the Descent of the Void node is activated. Rule Breaker has been clarified to state that it gives more hit damage, previously incorrectly stated more damage, to enemies at full health. Effects which apply to the final impact of Shield Rush will now state final impact rather than final hit, to avoid confusion with effects that exclusively apply to hits. Splintering Impact grants 35% more damage for the final impact per point, so a slight buff. Stretch Time now grants 45% more hit damage for the final impact Web Echo, from 45 more damage to final impact's Echo. Huh? Stretch Time now grants 45% more hit damage for the final impact's Echo. Aren't they just repeating the exact same thing here? Probably a typo, I'm guessing. Warrior's Entrance now grants 10% more damage from 4% per point. Dark Rush now adds Void Tag. Shield Throw. The skill's base functionality has been adjusted. It no longer has a cooldown, from having a 2-second cooldown, but it still cannot be used again until the shield has returned. Its mana cost has been reduced to 6 from 20. Ooh. So you can essentially just spam it. Yeah, I can see myself making a throw build with hammers and maybe shield as well. Hammer throw and shield throw. Polished steel has been renamed to arrow plates and now reduces mana cost by 2 per point from 4. And can have a maximum of 3 points invested, so you can make it cost 0. Steel Barrage is now connected to the start of the tree. It gives 5% less damage, from 25% less, 30% reduced projectile size, and does not reduce the mana cost. It gives 50% less ricochets, which is previously on its requirement node focused campaign. Add a new node connected to the start, Wall Breaker, that has a 6-second cooldown but gives 100% more damage. So you can still turn it back into a cooldown. To use it as a high-powered hit. Add a new node connected to Wall Breaker, Defender Rage, gives Frenzy for 2 seconds per point on hit. Up to 2 points. So you can use it as a source of Frenzy. Throwing Arm has been moved to require Wall Breaker and its functionality has been replaced. Now it gives +4 ricochets and allows Shield Throw to ricochet to you when there are no other volley targets. Colossus has been moved to require Throwing Arm, and its functionality has been replaced. It now grants 1 stack of Colossus per point. When Shield Throw hits an enemy, up to 4 points. Colossus is a buff that stacks up 20 times, granting 5% increased armor and 2% physical penetration per stack for 4 seconds. So you can essentially keep this up forever if you stack a bit of cooldown reduction. Vampiric Shield has been renamed to Vampiric Steel and moved to require Arrow Plates, and its functionality has been replaced. It now grants 0.5 leech per point and 10% armor stolen on hit. Ooh, nice. Up to 4 points. Aim Range Technique now also grants 1 health gain per 2 dexterity on ricochet. Plate of Foot has been moved to require Vampiric Steel. Armoring Age has been removed. Ironmonger's functionality has been replaced. It now grants 35% armor shred chance per point. Avenger's Wrath now grants 1% critical strike multiplier per 40 block effect from 1%. Rygar's Fury no longer prevents blocking while the shield is out. It now grants minus 20% all resist while the shield is out. I'm not sure which one is worse. And you know, Disarming Blow has been added in Feet of Fluid to hold position. It grants 25% frailty chance per point. Nice. And you know, Shredding Edge has been added in Throwing Arms hold position. It grants 25% bleed chance, 25 physical resistance shred per point. Nice. Ricochet has been split up into 2 nodes. The node connected to the start is named Sleek Buckler and grants 25%, 20% projectile speed and 5% increased attack speed per point. It leads to Ricochet, which grants +1 to Ricochet and +3 mana cost. It has been renamed Steel Defender and grants Steel Defense for 2 seconds per point. Steel Defense grants 300 armor. Previously gave a buff named Aegis, which gave 100 armor. Eruption has been renamed to Eruption of Cold. It now grants +2 mana cost, but the Lava Burst on Ricochet now has 40% base damage to 100% added damage effectiveness. It got buffed. Forgeborn now grants +5 fire throwing damage and 5% penetration per point. Molten Shield no longer converts increased stun chance on the tree to ignite. It now converts all sorts of bleed chance to ignite for shield throw. It also converts physical resistance shred on the tree to fire resistance shred. Okay, so don't you just also turn the damage from fire? Or did it already and I'm just... Oh no, it does convert, it already converted to fire damage. So it was just Never mind me. Burning Crusade now also grants 5% ignite duration point. Forceful Breaking now also grants Lava Burst, increased 30% chance, stun chance per point. Corrected Magma Rage's description states it grants Lava Burst 30% more damage. Was incorrectly described as 30% more hit damage. Heavy Shield now also grants 3% more damage per point. Improves shield throw movement online. The shield doesn't hit when cast. The projectile visually hits target before returning. Fix the bug where shield throw could not apply elements of subsequent hits of the same enemy. Fix the bug where Burning Crusade's ignite chance was being applied to Lava Burst twice. Fix the bug where crippling throws increased stun chance was being applied twice. Alright, before we go on to Smelter's Wrath, I'm gonna just go for a quick bio. Give me a second. I'll... Because we still didn't have enough things that we wanted to build, now we get even more. Smelter's Wrath now has a 600% damage effectiveness from 450. The baseline effect now grants more damage based on charge, up to 100% more damage at maximum charge, from 50% more hit damage per second spent charging. This means that reducing your charge time no longer reduces the benefit received from this effect. Effects in the tree which are for each second channeled remain unchanged. Damage based on charge. Mana cost is reduced, slightly. Like Liquefy grants Furnace 100% chance to shred armor. Tempered Blow grants 15% more damage per second spent channeling per point. Stinging Steel grants 5% plus 5% critical strike chance per second per point, from plus 1%. Listed. Now also grants plus 5% critical strike multiplier per second per point. The description and stat lines have been clarified to state they grant additional critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier. Volcanic Mastery now grants double critical strike chance when fully charged, from guaranteed crit at full charge. It also grants 50% more hit damage when fully charged. Okay. Detonation has plus 15 mana cost from plus 20. Ferrous Smash grants 35% decreased stun chance per second. Rebuff has been reworked, now grants 10% slower charge speed per point, multiplicative with other modifiers to charge speed. And 5% physical and fire penetration per second channeled per point. Smoldering Strike grants 200% ignite chance per second, channeled from 30% stated. Now also grants 20% decreasing ignite duration per point. Is the bug where effects provided by a stat based on time spent channeling, such as Soldering Strike, get benefit as if that be channeled for an additional second. Fix the bug where Furnace would frequently fail to damage enemies and did not display its visuals. Furnace now deals 24 base damage from 6 every 0.5 second. Its description has been updated to specify it as an damage effectiveness of 240%. Increase the base area of Furnace to match the area of Smelter's Wrath. Updated notes description to clarify that Furnace is not affected by increases to area of effects and cannot be turned into a cone by detonation. Final Strike instantly kills enemies below 10% max health from 6. It is still doubled at maximum charge. So 20% max health. Ability visual effects no longer incorrectly follows the player after channeling is interrupted. Fix the bug where Smelter's Wrath with effects that modify its duration would play their visual effects and sound effects at incorrect timings in online mode. Fix the bug where the end of the end of channel explosion of Smelter's Wrath would be incorrectly visually rotated when used near cliffs or walls. Smite. Add a new node connected to Sacrifice. Fallen from Grace converts Smite to Void. Heavy Impact grants 25% more fissure damage per point. Okay, got buffed. Epicenter grants 30% decreased fissure area per point. The description has been clarified to state the last 3 seconds. And has 200% damage effectiveness. And it consumes mana when triggered, rather than having a mana cost. Fissure now requires the Smite cast to trigger. It has a base limit of 1 trigger per second. That's actually nice. Fissure can now be converted by lightning by order of Lagan. Oh, that is also really nice. Shock's functionality has been reworked. It now grants plus 1 max fissure triggers per second from increased fissure duration and add a strike at a Smite mana cost. Its maximum points is reduced to 2. Fix the bug where fissure convert to void did significantly less damage than intended and not displayed void effects. Fix the bug where fissure I was not even aware you could you could swap fissure to void. Fix the bug where fissure dealt base physical damage rather than fire. Piety grants 25% chance to electrify on hit per point. Conviction no longer grants 5% less cast speed per point. Maximum points reduced to 4. It's the crit one. Immolate now also grants 10% more fire damage over time per point. That's nice. Scent only requires 1 point in Aftershock from 4 and more, or 1 point in Righteous Flurry from 2. That's nice. The scent description of the ability to qualify it only applies to cast Smite. Soothing Balm grants 35% increased health regeneration per point. You can now pass both ways through the Aftershock, the Scent, Righteous Fury, and Righteous Fury nodes. Fix the bugs of Smite. Enjoy your chill, bro. I'll see you later. Symbols of Hope has been reworked and renamed Symbols of Hope. Bye-bye. Every 2 seconds summons a symbol that orbits you, causing you and your allies attacks and spells to deal 3 additional fire damage and increasing health regen by 20%. Activate to consume the symbols, granting a 100 ward and 5% less damage taken per symbol for 3 seconds. You can have up to 3 sigils. Mana cost is now 30, and it has an 18-second cooldown. Last Wish has been replaced with Heavenly Justice. Symbols now grant you and your allies 4% increased critical strike chance per point. Word of Alacrity now has been replaced with Celestial Concentration. Symbols grant you and your allies 2% increased mana regen per point. Per symbol. Word of Power has been replaced with Zeal of Storms. Symbols grant you and your allies 6% electrify chance. Exigency has been removed, Cascading Flare has been removed, Enduring Hope grants 35% increased cooldown recovery speed per point, from plus 2 seconds of sigil duration per point, maximum points reduced to 2 from 5. That's a lot of cooldown recovery though. Add a new node connected to Enduring Hope, Symbol of Righteousness, 5% increased effect of your symbols of other allies per point. Inspire Hope has been moved to require Symbol of Righteousness, and its effect has changed. It now causes Symbols of Hope active effect to be castable on ally. Soliloquy has been replaced with Holy Revelation, plus 15% increased symbol gain rate per point, maximum 3 points. So you get 1 every 2 seconds. This will make it so you get 1 per second? Or less? Divine Flare now consumes all available symbols when cast and restores 50 health to allies hit by the symbol when consumed. It also makes activating Symbols of Hope no longer insta-cast. Oh. Energize Flare's functionality to Rework. Now it grants Divine Flare a 10% chance per point to grant a symbol on kill or hitting a rare enemy or boss enemy. All of Life's functionality has been reworked. It now grants Divine Flare 25% more damage per point per symbol consumed, and 50% increased area per point per symbol, maximum 4 points. Blazing Light functionality has been reworked, now grants Divine Flare 35% per point per symbol consumed to cleanse ailments on allies, 35% per chance per symbol to blind enemies. Fate functionality has been reworked. When you activate Symbols of Hope, gain ward equal to 2% of your maximum health per point per symbol consumed. Fervor has been reworked, now grants haste for 3 seconds on activation. And Wavering Fate's functionality has been reworked. It now grants 10% of maximum health healed per point on activation. The functionality has been reworked, 4% chance per point to gain a symbol after activation. Oh. That's nice. So you can get it to 100% to make it get a symbol right away. So you don't never go 0 symbols. Healing Right grants 40% increased healing effectiveness per point for 3 seconds on activation. Invigorate and Quiet Mind have swapped positions. Quiet Mind now also grants 10% increased activation duration. Its maximum points have been reduced to 3. Field Idle Affix now grants increased Symbols of Hope active duration and increased symbol gain rate from Idle duration. Activation symbol gain rate. Okay. And yeah, this is what I want to see. The Orion's Sun Seal now grants increased symbol gain rate instead of Idle Seals of Hope duration. Its unique effect, which should automatically cast Seals of Hope every 10 seconds, now instead automatically activates Symbols of Hope when damage taken leaves you below your endurance threshold. applying 75% of its normal cooldown and mana cost. Wow, that's nice. Actually, a very nice change for Orion's Sunseal. Still makes it worth using. Symbols of Despair now also convert Divine Flare to Void. Oh. I'll convert it to Void and use it as a caster. Yeah, man, so many possibilities! For caster Void Knight now. Waveless Light has been reworked. Directly casting Divine Flares at your enemy or boss have a 10% chance per symbol consumed to recast Divine Flare after 0.5 seconds. Maximum 4 points. Exceeding a 100% chance can cause multiple recasts. Recasts do not consume symbols, but benefit based on the amount of symbols consumed by original activation. Divine Flare now has a base damage of 70, from 60 and 250% damage effectiveness. Fix a bug where the size granted by Symbols of Hope could very rarely overflow, causing it to deal and take no damage. Vengeance. Increase the base area by 20%. Executioner grants 10% more hit damage per point, doubled against enemies with low health. Previously gave 12% more hit damage per point to stun enemies. Was incorrectly described as 12% more damage per point to stun enemies. Oh yes, Vengeance is... especially with the items that are coming to interact with it. And Elemental Conversion. And Yellow Suffocus. How you doing? Bolster grants 30% less damage taken and 25% increased armor per point if you've hit Vengeance recently. From 5 and 10, maximum points reduced to 2. Ah, no, I already know my starter. I'm going with my Spear Falconer. Are you starting on softcore or hardcore though? Fate Strike has been renamed to Disarming Strike and gains 10% more damage and 20% chance to inflict frailty on hit per point. From 15% more damage and 15% reduced stun chance per point. It's nice that they have frailty, because Forge Guard will actually need frailty. Yeah, understandable. I will start hardcore, because I kind of wanted to race for the leaderboards a bit. Then eventually I'll shift. I'll probably play a bit on softcore as well with friends. Odds are I will be doing most of my characters in hardcore though, because then eventually they'll get shifted into softcore anyway. So. I mean, I will race, but I won't be competing with people who have optimized the shit out of the game. Like, I just won't be able to, and especially because I don't find it that fun to optimize. I don't find it fun to optimize the fun out of the game, if that makes sense. Added a new node behind Smelter's Vengeance called Eviscerating Blades that grants 25% increased armor shred effect per point of vengeance. And a new node calling Flaming Sword that converts vengeance-based physical damage to fire and converts physical resistance shred to fire resistance shred. Yeah, the elemental conversion. Has no effect if you have the Blade of Darkness now. Is that a void conversion? I like to min-max when I had all my fun with the build, how I want to play. Yeah. No, I mean, I am running my own build as well. That's also why I find it fun. I'm not running a meta thing. I'm running something I have tried and I found fun and worked. And was tanky. Smelter's Vengeance. Oh, no, first. Added a new node behind Flaming Sword that grants you a chance to gain Frenzy when hitting an ignited enemy. Additional Vengeance deals 1% more fire damage per point per ignite on the target, up to 15% per point. Smelter's Vengeance now grants 35% armor shred and 25% physical resist shred, which also applied repos now. That's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can mess with. Apparently, you also get a divine flare, with a divine flare change to void. So that's gonna be interesting. Molten Riposte effects have been replaced and moved behind Flaming Swords. Grants Riposte 10% more fire damage and 50% ignite chance per point. Maximum 4 point. Yeah, but the Void Beams... I don't think you have a tree for Void Beams, so... Those are always gonna be very... it's free damage, but okay. Blade Assault has been moved to require Devouring Strike or Gladiator's Arsenal. Grants 20% Iron Blade chance on Vengeance or Riposte hit per point. 5% from Iron Blade chance on Vengeance hit per point. Maximum of 1 point. Nice. Winged Steel has been moved to require Blade Assault. It now grants plus 1% Blade chance per attunement up to 80%. Vital Puncture has been moved to require Winged Steel. Grants 50% more Iron Blade damage per point. And from 50% chance for Iron Blade to deal double damage per point. Shattering Blade has been moved to require Blade Assault. And you know it requires Shattering Blade, Weaponsmith's Reprisal. Iron Blades have a 10% chance per point to be summoned as forged weapons instead. Oh, that's nice. And you know this requires Weaponsmith's Reprisal, Blade Wall. 1% parry chance per active forged weapon for 4 seconds after using Vengeance. Maximum of 1 point. Yeah. Add a new node connected to the start. Gladiator's Arsenal. 15% more riposte damage with a mace. Riposte kills enemies below 5% with Elt with an axe. And 3% Iron Blade critical strike chance with a sword. 50% increases Iron Blade bleed duration with a spear per point. I actually like these nodes that are weapon related. Yeah, they add a lot of variety. And you know, Blade of Darkness, it converts Virgin's blaze damage to void and converts physical resistance shred to void shred and shred chance. Additionally, it converts bleed chance to time rot chance. Yeah, I was not aware they were turning vengeance into void as well. That's nice. That's fun. Essence of Revenge grants 50% more chance, 50% chance to gain a void essence on hit with vengeance or riposte. Previously only applied to vengeance. Added a new node which requires Essence of Revenge, Abyssal Retribution. Grants 15% more damage per point for your next Void Cleave or Erasing Strike after using Vengeance and hitting an enemy. Maximum of 3 points. So, Void Cleave, Erasing Strike interactions, always nice. And you know it requires Blade of Darkness and the start, grants plus 5% echo chance if Vengeance can also connect. If Vengeance can echo, and 30% chance to inflict Time Rod per hit on hit per point. So plus 10% echo chance and 60% Time Rod. And you know this requires Endless Dark, yada yada. It grants plus 6 void damage and 3% more melee void damage per point. Additional Vengeance echoes cannot be dodged. Vengeful Fighter grants 6% more melee damage per point. Double if a hit was blocked or parried recently. 15% more damage per point if you are below half health. Yeah, sure. Added a new node which requires Vengeful Fighter, Wound Carver. Grants 25% chance to bleed on hit per point. Oh, this seems a bit underwhelming. Just 35% bleed chance with nothing else? Sounds a bit underwhelming. Blade Paladin's effects have been replaced and has been moved to require Wound Carver. Grants 1% physical penetration with bleed per 1% overcapped physical resistance. Previously caused Vengeful Fight to apply while above. Yeah. So his penetration with bleed per 1% overcapped physical resistance. Again, another node I don't particularly like. This should have some baseline effect and then add extra on top based on the overcapped phys res. Perfect Riposte now also grants plus 2% critical strike chance per point. You know, this requires Perfect Response, Precision Strike, grants plus 20% critical strike multiplier per point. Okay, let's look at it. Wow, the tree expanded massively. Yeah, voice conversion. These are the void things. Blade wall. Yeah, sounds really nice. Parry chance. And blade armor stretches, yeah. Blade speed range. Let's check where is that persistent strike. It said your post cannot critically strike you, additionally improves the range to the base critical strike. Yeah, that's nice. Warpath. Warrior's Fury now applies to direct use of Warpath. Deal screen shake on hit for echoed Warpath. Forged weapons, Sentinel subskills. Forged weapons deal 30% more damage and take 50% less damage. These buffs are compensation for the Bugfixes Phantom Grip, as the intention of that fix was not to reduce their power compared to 1.1. Volatile Orb deals 40 base damage to 100% damage effectiveness from 60 and 150. It has a base critical strike chance of 6 instead of 5. Yeah. And Void Rift deals 20 base damage with 100% damage effectiveness. I was expecting them to buff it a bit more. Alright, Rogue! Monster Archer now also grants a chance of Heartseeker to recurve. Coated Blades now only applies to directly used abilities. Heartseeker. Add a new marksman skill, Heartseeker. Shoot an arrow that seeks the heart of a nearby target, passing harmlessly through other enemies. Whenever it hits its target, it has a chance to continue through it and recurve to strike again. Blade recurve chance is 100%. Added damage applies at 100% effectiveness. Subsequent recurve chance is multiplied by 0.8 each time the arrow recurves. If the target dies, you'll choose a new target. Heartseeker requires 30 points to marksman. Hail of arrows removed to require 35 points. Heartseeker's skill tree contains the following nodes. Against all odds, Heartseeker's critical hits. Heartseeker hits cannot be dodged and gets 8% more damage per point. Controlled Icicle. Heartseeker's base physical damage is converted to cold, and bleed chance is converted to frostbite. Icy Impaler, Fuse rate, and 25% chest chill per point. Frozen Splitter, 1% cold penetration per 10% overcapped cold resist. Oh, that could be interesting. Molten Arrow Storm. Heartseeker's base physical damage is converted to fire, and bleed chance from Arsenals is converted to ignite. Blades of the Fire. 34% chance per point to recurve to consume 2 mana to gain a burning dagger. Max 3 points. Dragon Fang. This is consecutive recurves each grant a stack of Dragon Fang for 10 seconds. Higher stacks can only be achieved by a higher amount of consecutive recurves. Dragon Fang grant gives +1 to bow fire damage, +1 to throwing fire damage, and +1 to spell fire damage per point. You can stack up to 20 times. Fury of the Hunt. Using Heartseeker and hitting an enemy grants you Frenzy for 2 seconds per point with a 10-second cooldown. Max 3 points. Heart Rain. When directly used, Heartseeker arrows have a chance to grant mana and health on hit. Fifth Ensure. 50% increased attack speed and 10% mana efficiency per point. Blight Shot. 25% poison chance and 10% decreased poison duration per point. Heart Render. 25% bleed chance and 10% bleed penetration. There's a lot of support for a lot of damage types in Heartseeker. Sleeping Wounds. Heartseeker deals 5% more ailment damage per point after each recurve, up to 8 stacks. Max 3 points, yeah. The Red Veil. 5% chance per point to gain Crimson Shroud recurve. Arrow Mastery. 10 plus 10% recurve chance per point. Woven Grasp. Plus 50% slow chance and causes Heartseeker arrows to twist around in a semicircle to recurve. Purely a visual change. Arrow of the Ravager. Heartseeker now has a 3-second cooldown but gains plus 50% recurve chance, 50% more damage, and 30% increased projectile size. Relentless Volley grants additional charge of Heartseeker. Fletcher Resurgence. Picking a black arrow restores a charge of Heartseeker. Shadow Weaver's Grasp. Heartseeker arrows have a minimum recurve chance of 66%. Recurve chance can be reduced below minimum recurve chance. This results in about 0.5 additional recurves per use. Okay, Storm of Arrows. When Heartseeker recurs, it extends the duration of your most recent hail of arrows by 0.2 seconds per point, up to 10 times. Yeah, and now this is the skill interactions. Nimble Tread, recurve chance per dexterity, 0.5 recurve chance per dexterity. Hidden Skewer, 15% chance of recurve to gain a stack of Dusk Shroud, up to 2 times per point every 2 seconds. Returning Darkness, when Heartseeker arrow recurves at least 3 times, 34% there is a chance to create a black arrow between you and the enemy. The enemy is at least 6 meters away. Effect can occur up to 2 times for 3 seconds. So maybe black will actually be visible. Gloom Needle. When you directly use Heartseeker, there is 10% chance per point for a shadow to use Heartseeker at the same target. Oh, so you can create shadows. Bloodseeker, Health Leech, and 5% recurve chance. Bone Piercer. Heartseeker deals 4% more bow damage per point after each recurve, up to 12 stacks. Exposed. 100% chance to inflict frailty and armor shred on hit, but Heartseeker can no longer seek new targets when the first target dies. Straight through. When Heartseeker target dies, a puncture arrow will be released at a nearby enemy for each recurve it would have achieved after death. Deepra. I wonder if I think the recurves keep going. I think it still jumps to another target, despite proccing the punctures. Deep Rust. Armor shred from all sources convert to poison chance. Estimating Spike. 2% critical strike chance and 10% critical strike multiplier per point. Yeah, I will eventually play around with Heartseeker because it has an interaction with puncture, which is possibly my favorite bow skill so far. It has been the only thing I have really enjoyed. Especially now you'll also be able to make we will get to there because there's a puncture. The puncture changes down below. Yeah, Acid Flash is getting buffed. 125% increased damage effectiveness instead of 100. Corrosive grants 20% more damage per point instead of 10%. And Alchemical Proficiency grants 8% more damage per point from 3%. Funny enough, now Caustic Concoction grants plus 50% poison chance per point, up from 25. Funny enough, this thing, Acid Flash combined with Puncture, as was, like with the bleed stacking thing, Acid Flask already did a lot of damage. It will just make it even more insane while leveling. You can just level with Puncture and Acid Flask and murder absolutely everything with dots. Contamination and Lasting Sickness can now have their effects converted to cold. Frostbite is if Acid Flask is converted to cold. Another nice change. Cold Flask being better. Corrected Acid Flask stocking salvo and barrage notes state that they require direct use. Updated the descriptions of several nodes such as Poison Pool to clarify that their effects can be converted. Acid Flask is converted to cold. So you can get Poison Pools as well. Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault's movement has been improved. Movement along causes the player to sink out of the ground when clicking near the player. The player no longer gets stuck outside the map. The skill can no longer be used by past dungeon wall mechanics. Tactician grants 50% decrease attack speed for Ballista from 75 and 1% more Ballista damage per intelligence from 2. So, effectively nerf. Corrected the stat line of Raining Barbs, state the Falcon Blade chance buff lasts for 4 seconds. Previously incorrectly stated 5 seconds. Raining Barbs additional bleed chance for your Falcon when an enemy walks over a caltrop can now trigger up to 30 times per 4 seconds. No limit. Ballista care package has been reworked. Ballista will have, which have hit an enemy, have a chance to drop a potion when destroyed or unsummoned, based on the amount of time they existed. It is a 10% chance to drop a potion per second, maximum of 1 point. Elixir of Construction grants Ballista 15% more damage per point, from 30%, if constructed within 4 seconds of using the potion. Maximum 3 points. So, effectively a damage nerf there. It's about where Ballista would not trigger and death effects when Ballista was killed by enemy damage. Fix the bug where Hive Mind Helmet could take acid flask buffs away from the Ballista when specialized with tainted ammunition. Yeah, I was not aware that Cinder Strike had half of its base damage applied as physical. Now, at break, so we'll wait a little bit. But yeah, I was not aware of this. I did a hit Cinder Strike Falconer with staff. And it killed Aberrot. Considering now it's gonna be fully fire melee damage, it's effectively just a massive buff for that build. So we'll try it later on in the season. We'll go back into that Falconer and try that. But yeah, Cinder Strike is now fully fire. Correct description doesn't matter. Cinder Strike bow attack now has correct visuals online when used with high attack speed. Dark Quiver, you can now hold up to 3 black arrows at once. Nice. You can only expand 1 black arrow at a time. It's actually nice, because then you can time a new Paladin build the first echo, use Shield Rush and run on the map. Actually, I use Shield Rush a lot on my Void Knight, and I have never went under the map with Shield Rush. I don't think, at least. And Bleak Arrows. Using a black arrow grants your next Heartseeker 50% recurve chance. Expect they would have this. Resolve now requires 2 points in Archer's Focus, from 3. But yeah, this being able to hold multiple black arrows will make black arrow actually much more viable, because then you can just pop it while moving around and just stacking some arrows. I wish they could have added a node on the passive tree as well, that you could add more black arrows to be able to hold. Improve G3 movement on decoy when the project is thrown online. Detonating arrow now displays its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. While armor traps node for explosive trap is allocated. Detonating arrow cast as melee attacks such as Zelkor's blasting knives now instead cast towards the nearest enemy rather than the location of first tarp in chain. Yeah. But really hasn't happened to me with Shield Rush. And I played a bit with it. Now as Dive Bomb, nerfed from 700 damage effectiveness to 500. With an equivalent base damage. On Wings of Shadows damage deals 70% less damage from 60% less. Not a nerf. Sentinel Knives grants 50% of the stats for your weapons applied to Dive Bomb per point from 30%. Not a nerf. Explosive Trap, Subtle Sabotage grants 10% less mana cost per point from 30. I'll say a mana cost reduction nerf. Zelkor's Blueprint has a maximum of 3 points from 4. Trap Sprinkler adds 1 mana cost per point. Arrow Traps chain detonations can now only release detonating arrows up to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. This does not limit detonations, only where those detonations release detonating arrows. Okay. Fixed an issue with the animation when using Explosive Trap with clustered explosives. Fixed a bug where Explosive Trap would not create additional traps up to your maximum traps if you allocated Blast Rain and No Man's Land. Okay, nerf to Falcon Strike's damage from 200 to 150 damage effectiveness with an equivalent base damage. Randy Talons grants 15% points for your 15% of your chance to bleed, poison, or shred armor. From 25, so this is effectively a bleed falconer build. Nerf. Train to Hunt grants 50% of the highest of your global increased melee damage, increased throwing damage, or increased bow damage to your falcon. So another nerf. Go for the Eyes also reduced 50% of your increased critical strike chance. Falconer's Gale adds 40 mana costs instead of 35, so they actually nerfed the mana cost as well. They made it worse. So this might actually affect my build slightly. because I do rely on Falconer's Gale. But, I mean, from 35 to 40 is not that much of a difference, to be honest. Side by side grants 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point for Falcon strikes when you directly use a melee, throwing attack, or hit at least one enemy from 5%. So yeah, Falcon damage got nerfed a bit. It didn't got nerfed too much, I think. I think it's still gonna be pretty good. Maybe not completely as much bonkers as before, but still pretty good. Now, Flurry got buffed to its damage effectiveness from 60 to 80. Deep Strikes grants 15% more damage per point from 10%. Oh. We actually have our Flurry. So this will actually get raised to 60%. That's nice. That is nice. Fixed an issue where player was able to get stuck when spamming Flurry. Elevaros now displays its damage effectiveness in the alt text instead. Fix the bug where using net and traveling into a wall with cancelling the animation of net. Bloodthirst Bleeding Fury now respects Puncture's ailment conversions. For example, it will grant poison chance instead of bleed chance if Scalebane is allocated. Scalebane now requires timing instead of penumbral ambush. Fixed Puncture not correctly auto replacing the rogue's default attack when using a bow. This thing is such a nice change. Because now you can actually build poison. You can swap to poison later on if you want to. Instead of being forced into Penumbral Ambush. Because Penumbral Ambush is an interesting skill. I still think the mana cost is a bit too high, to be honest. Considering you cannot do multi-hits with it, I think the mana cost is a bit too high. But yeah, this, if you want to go poison later on, when you feel like bleed is not scaling as good, you can, very easily. Or if you want to play with Acid Flask Poison, for example. Because it will convert Bloodthirst as well, the Bleeding Fury stacks, onto Poison chance. Shurikens, 125% damage effectiveness instead of 100. Chakram grants 100% more damage instead of 30. This is actually a very nice change. It always felt like you were trading... Like, the amount of hits you would trade for Chakram were still not good enough. Sure, you could get that from the later node that converts the plus shurikens to just extra damage, but now it makes Chakram better. So maybe you'll see more Chakram builds now. Slight increased hit area of thrown shurikens, double hit area of shurikens when the deadly aim hit node is allocated. And with these buffs, might actually be very viable. Smoke Bomb. Fix the bug where smoke cloud will not visually expand when smoke screen arrow node is allocated. Fix the bug where the Smoke Bomb with the Cloaked Incursion node allocated would not visually expand. Umbral Blade's projectile speed is now affected by modifiers to its throwing speed, if it would increase their projectile speed. This helps resolve cases where blades are thrown so quickly that a player could recall them before they landed, causing those blades to not get recalled. I was not aware that was a thing. Burning daggers now have a blaze, 30 base damage from 16, and 150% damage effectiveness from 100. Alright, and that's all for Rogue. And as you can see, Puncture did not get nerfed. So, what got nerfed on the Falcon was this. Mana cost a bit higher. This thing got nerfed. This thing got nerfed. And this thing got nerfed. And then the base flat damage from Falcon Strikes also got nerfed. But since we are relying on Falcon's Mark, which did not get nerfed, we don't care. So meaning my other build is completely safe. No, it was just the dive bomb and the falcon damage. The fact that you only get a single threshold roll on belt. I don't care because I use Foot of the Mountain. Fix the bug where the symbol abomination meaning ties do not include physical or melee. The wild passive tree. Impartial threshold bonus grants one more decay threshold per 2% necrotic resistance from 1% from 1 per 1%. So a slight nerf. Bone Curse. Misery now requires Sigil of Mortality from required 2 points in Reaper's Mark. Okay, so you no longer need to go to Reaper's Mark to get that. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the threshold rolls weren't particularly great before. I kinda was expecting them to tackle it in another way. But I guess they want to shift you into going with life. They want to force you into sacking life. Or ward. Okay. Sigil of Mortality can also affect Sigils of Agony Bone Curse Aura, but applies mana cost additional mana drain. Mana efficiency for Bone Curse, such as Cultist Fervor, now affects Signet of Agony's mana drain. Bone Eruption now has a 20 base damage from 12. Still has 100% damage effectiveness. Fix the bug with crippling aggro shadow effect when Sigil of Agony is also allocated. Casting Bone Curse to Bone Prison, no targets or known now walkable areas. Now summons one prison on the nearest walkable location, rather than casting Bone Curse with no summon prisons. Now, before we go on, let me just go here. Change White Knight, Acolyte, Necromancer. So we can visually see. Huh? What is Sigil of Misery then? Ah. What? Oh, Mortality, never mind. Sigil of Mortality. Okay, so it will work with that one. Misery requires Sigil of Mortality from requiring 2 points in Reaper's Mark. Well, something is wrong here. Ah, okay, no, never mind. I still think they should have put this outside of Sigil of Mortality. Not being able to change this into necrotic feels bad. Like you're forced into going Sigil of Mortality if you want to change it to necrotic, and it's a big point investment as well. I wish they would have changed this to go somewhere like here from the area or whatever. Somewhere else that was more easily accessible. Okay, Stonic Fissure now releases spirits 20% less frequently baseline, so it effectively got nerfed. And got a 20% damage effectiveness gain. Okay, it's slightly better. The spirits now have a damage effectiveness of 30% from 35 with an equivalent base damage. Legion current grants 80% decreased spirit frequency from 10, so they effectively nerfed the amount of spirit frequency overall. Beacon of Torment effects now apply if you torment yourself via Wheel of Torment. Drain Life movement now follows the cursor without a delay. Updated visual effects for Drain Life. Fix the bug where the ground circle for VFX for Drain Life would appear underground in online mode. Fix the bug where the beam visual effect for Drain Life would not attach to the player in online mode. Fix the bug where the stagger node would give Drain Life an additional charge. Dread Shade no longer has a 20-second duration. It will persist until replaced due to exceeding maximum active shades or the target minion dies. Such a nice quality of life change. Any of my enemy's description has been updated to state that it adds a 10-second duration to Dread Shade, previously reduced the duration to 10 seconds. Lone Watcher no longer grants increased duration of Dread Shade. Final Grasp consumes 100% of Sacrifice's mana cost from no consumption. Ghost Flame, Spectral Mana, Spirit of Dread, Fire Desecration now properly indicate whether their modifiers to mana cost are less, more, or increased. Ghost Flame now gets the Curse tag when the Decrepit Mortal skill passive tree is taken. Fix the bug where Ghost Flame Spirit Kindling could only be applied to 1 minute at a time. Profane Veil, fix a bug that caused Profane Veil's visuals to persist if the player transitioned to a new zone while channeling Profane Veil. Fix the bug where Profane Veil's Apocalypse was not applying more damage or increased area effects to zombies summoned by it. That's okay. Fix the bug where casting Reap just before Reperform ended due to health reaching 0 would cause the player to be stuck in place. Fix the bug where Reperform did not shift its model visuals to poison, cold, or blood themes based on conversions allocated in the skill tree in online mode. Yeah, that was very sad. Fix the formatting bug in Rip Blood skill tree. Pontifex has a maximum benefit of up to 90% more damage. This does not scale with point investment. Mana cost is now 23 from 25. Light mana cost reduction. Yeah, again, does not bother my Lich build. My Lich Sacrifice build, because I am not running absurd numbers of minions. Spirit Plague. Put recovery grants 12 ward per point when hitting an enemy affected by Spirit Plague from 4. But it's now limited to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. High amount of increased cast speed should no longer stop Spirit Plague from functioning correctly. Stone Skeleton. Mana cost is now 9 from 15. Takes a bug where when attempting to summon a skeleton archer while at the maximum number of skeletons, a skeleton will be consumed without summoning a new skeleton. Okay, now. This thing. Mana cost is now 9 from 15. Currently, summon skeletons has this node, where you gain up to 15 mana for skeleton death. So if this does not get changed, it means you can, by sacrificing skeletons, you can actually recover more mana than the one you're wasting. Essentially, this means that I will be running it for my Profane Oblation Necro, and I'll probably be swapping out of Bone Curse that I was trying to slot into Chaos Bolt. Because then we'll have Frailty Application on that build, and the spell damage gain for the Skelly Mages. Because it should be doable with this and maybe Immortal, so we can get more skeletons to recoup our mana if need be. It should be doable. It will make it a bit clunkier to play, but it will work. Summon Bone Golem, mana cost reduction. This is actually really nice. The mana cost reduction for Bone Golem was just exceed. At the early levels, you'd pop Bone Golem and your mana would go bye-bye. Mage 21 from 27. It's okay. Fix the bug where non-regular rate minions could revert to their regular type after receiving transition in online mode. Fix the bug where if Transplant spawned the blood pool at the same position as this player while Siphon was allocated, the player would not be healed by the pool. Fix the bug where Transplant Bone Armor started on cooldown when allocated. Mana cost is now 13 from 16. Volatiles. Oh, they also reduced the mana cost of Volatile Zombie. That change is actually pretty good. Because Volatile Zombie is the one you'd be spamming all the time. Blood Tether from Soul Fist and Reaper form now has 200% damage effectiveness per second. From 30% listed, 150 actual. With an equivalent base damage per second. Shade Eruption from Infernal Shade's Combustion now has 200% damage effectiveness. From 100%. With an equivalent base damage. Fix the bug where players would have movement stutter, desync, and rubber banding when walking or using traversal skills into the pillars created by Bone Prison. Adjust collision size of the pillars created by the Bone Prison to more closely match the visuals. Mage, passives, Runemaster Passive Tree. Fix the bug where orders imposition threshold bonus granting Brand of Deception either 5 or 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance based on points allocated, despite staying against 1% more damage per 1% global shock chance. It now grants Brand of Deception 6% more damage per 1% global shock chance. Okay. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward per point per 30 current mana from 15 current mana. Effectively got nerfed to half of what it is. Arcane Current's threshold bonus grants Static Orb 100% chance to inflict Spark Charge on hit from granting plus 100% Spark chance on any skill which costs at least 40 mana. So now it's... They changed it so it only affects Static Orb. Fix the bug where Arcane Current's threshold bonus was applying at 3 points, invest instead of at 4 as displayed. Arcane Ascendance now ends whenever you use a movement ability. That's a nice quality of life. Fix the bug where Arcane Absorption incorrectly counted self-inflict ailments as hit. Black Hole now has 600 damage effectiveness per second with equivalent base damage from 300%. Literally doubled. Time Dilation now grants 10% increased duration per point. Rifts grant 30% increased cooldown recovery speed per point from 20% and 25% reduced pull strength and pull areas per point from 15%. Stability grants 20% increased duration per point. Singularity grants 100% more damage from 50. Fix the bug where black holes visuals would end early if its duration was increased in online mode. Disintegrate. Laser Focus grants 40% less damage from 60% and no longer grants 60% less ailment chance. That is nice. Disintegrate buffs. Magnify grants 60% of ignite chance to fire spells as ignite chance per second per point from 40%. Glass Cannon grants 1% increased damage taken per point at tier 2, doubled at tier 3. From 5%. Disintegrate can now hit targets on inclined surfaces. Well, that's nice. Elemental Nova now has 120 damage effectiveness from 100%. Fire Nova now deals 8% more hit damage to the other Nova types. Previously said 11% more hit damage, but only had higher base damage without higher damage effectiveness. This is the buff. Ash Frenzy grants 5% more damage to high health enemies per point from full health. Another nice buff. Arcana Elementorum now grants 8% more damage, 5% increased area of effect per point, doubled for direct casts. Oh. 8% more than okay. So indirect casts do not get as big an area, and direct casts get an even bigger area. Gotcha. Lightning Nova description has been granted. To state it has 1% critical strike chance, plus 1% critical strike chance compared to other Novas. Previously erroneously said 20% more critical strike chance. Freezing Cascade now has a 3-second cooldown from 5. And updated channeling indicator visual effect. Flame Burst Node, Fireball. Flame Burst Node has new visual effects and is now affected by Fireball's tree. Well, that's very nice, including lightning conversions. It's now affected by increased area of effect. Fix the channeled fireball node shooting fireballs out of the mage chest instead of its hand. Improve fireball movement online, improve the behavior after targeting of the channeled fireball skill. One thing though, this flame burst, I mean fireball was already pretty good early at low level, and this changed flame burst and making it fireball to reapply to it is gonna make it even more insane. Fire's Flame Weave now has 200% damage effectiveness from 100% for Firebrand. Flame Reeve now has 200% damage effectiveness from 160. Oh, nice! Flame Reeve getting buffed. Thank god, I was thinking of making a build for it. Fix the bug where Flame Reeve with Flame Color would display visual effects at incorrect timings in online mode. Flame Rush. Fix the bug where volcanic orbs cast by the magma starter node would fire shrapnel in incorrect directions when Flame Rush moved the player over significant height changes in terrain. Flame Ward. Fix the bug causing direct visuals show when using Flame Ward on allies with the selfless sorcery node. Fix the bug where Flame Ward could not trigger Rune Master's Rune Ward buffs. Focus. Correct the description of desperate medication to clarify it grants increased mana regeneration based on the amount of mana missing, not the percentage of mana missing. Overcharge now has a maximum of 2 points from 5. Energy Overflow deals base damage equal to 12 to 25% of mana, 12% of maximum mana per point from 8, so a buff. Energy Battery deals damage equal to 25% of mana gain while channeling from 20%, so another buff. Healing Hour grants 4% less damage from... Essentially all these 3 got nerfed to 4% instead of 5. Iron Stand gains 10% more armor per point and 2% to armor per intelligence per point while channeling focus, so a slight nerf. From 12% and 3 to 10% and 2. Frost Claw. Bright Frost no longer cleanses ailments on you when you cast Frost Claw. Shiver Shell grants 3 wards on cast, from 4 per point. Rewind Veil grants 1 ward per 60% freeze rate, from 40%. Hand of Mortitas and Volley of Glass have swap positions, with Volley of Glass requiring Bright Frost, while Hand of Mortitas requires Volley of Glass. Volley of Glass grants 100% increased mana cost, from 90. Hand of Mortitas grants plus 4 mana cost, from plus 2. Fixed rotation of projectiles from Frostclaw with the Frozen Sleeper node in online mode. Frostfall. Update the description of Aspirant's arrival to remove the mention of direct casts of Runic Invocation or Glyph of Dominion. This effect can occur on indirect casts. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast with the Focal Blast node allocated when cast by Frostfall would not hit enemies. Enchant Weapon. Updated visual effects. Glacier. Updated visual effects. Reducing visual noise. This is nice. Critical Rejuvenation proc now has a limit of up to 10 times per second, from no limit. Fixed an issue where Glacier Traversal functioned incorrectly, leading to side effects like bypassing walls other movement skills couldn't bypass. It now behave more like teleport as intended. Glyph of the Minion. Fix a bug where Glyph of the Minion with effects that modify its duration would play their visual and sound effects at incorrect timings in online. Glyph of the Minion's attuned shapes has had its description updated to clarify it does not grant less duration per 3 missing mana. Ice Barrage now has 120 damage effectiveness, with an equivalent base damage from 100%. Bright Chance grants 30% more hit damage from 15. Nailed Shot grants 34% pierce chance per point from 20%, and its maximum points went from 5 to 3. Fix a bug where the rate of fire increase from Frostclaw's Kolheim Ballista would reset if you gain rate of fire from Challenge the Elements. These effects are now additive with each other for the entire duration of Ice Barrage. Lightning Blast. New base effect changes to additional enemy from each time it has been directly cast in the last 4 seconds, up to 2 times. The Arcing Power node raises chain limit of this base effect. They aren't applied separately. Overcharge grants 8% double cast chance from 6, so more double cast chance. Hypercharge gains 30% quadruple cast chance from 25. Storm Razor gains 2% critical strike chance per point, of 1%. Convergence now, as alt text is playing, it overrides the working behavior of Divergence. Lightning Blast chains now have a brief pause between each subsequent chain, rather than being instantaneous. Not sure if that's nice or not. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast would only chain to enemies that are within a moderate distance of its initial target. That restriction no longer applies. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast's halo effect was unable to create Spark Novas. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast would fail to cast when Effluent Defense and Insidious Connection are both allocated. Fix the bug where Lightning Blast with Innate Conduit and Insidious Conduction would chain every 5th cast even while out of mana. Meteor now has 50% more damage effective. 50% more damage effective. 950 from 900. Twin Meteors gains an additional meteor for direct casts from any cast. It adds 50 mana cost from 70. Meteor Shower grants an additional meteor per point for direct casts from any cast. Rain of Fire gets an additional meteor for direct casts from any casts. It's an issue where meteor will not correctly show its indicator on offline mode. Okay, so just getting more casts. Or direct casts. Okay. Break Invocation. Fix the bug where Lightning Web, gone, would target a random enemy within the range of the player. It now picks the enemy nearest to the target point, limited to 8 meters from it. Now calls Shatter Strike. Now calls frozen enemies below 10% health. From calling frozen enemies below 100 health. That's nice. Obliteration grants plus 2% cold threshold against frozen enemies per point, from 50% increased. Maximum points reduced to 2. Winter's Boon grants 1 mana gain when you kill a frozen enemy with Shatter Strike. 25% increased cold threshold for unique skill used recently. It now requires 1 point in obliteration. Static. Overload has been reworked. While over 80 charge, you expend 10 charges to cast Lightning Blast at a nearby enemy every second. This effect consumes Lightning Blast mana cost. Nice. I mean, I can see a Lightning Blast build. Overload now targets enemies within 8 meters from 4. Its description now states the distance. Unstable has been reworked and renamed to Stabilizing Current. Lightning Blast critical hits have a 25% chance per point to grant a charge. This affects all of your casts of Lightning Blast, not just from Overload. Maximum of 4 points. Huh. You get static charge even by using Lightning Blast directly. Diode has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload have 1% additional crit strike chance per point and 5% chance per point to chain 4 additional times. Maximum of 5 points. Unlimited power has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload consume 35% less of Lightning Blast mana cost per point, but expends 5 additional charges per point. Maximum of 2 points. Power Charge now only grants its damage bonus on direct use. I'm guessing this used to be Zap, right? Or am I thinking wrong? Yeah, it used to be Zap. Now it interacts directly with Lightning Blast. I can see this being more used. One thing though. Skills, Lightning Blast. Cannot double cast and cannot double cast. Okay, so you can only double. I think they could have changed this to make it the double cast apply to indirect casts, and then have the quadruple casts only apply to direct casts. I think that would be nice. Would make the lightning bolt more of a more interesting skill. Anywho, Static Orb. Mana charge grants 2% of maximum mana as additional mana cost per point. from 4%. It can now only grant up to 100 additional mana cost from this effect, from no limit. Overcharge Detonation grants 1% more orb hit damage per mana cost. Effectively nerfed. Surge. Confront Tidal Wave now has a 400% damage effectiveness from 90. Ooh, with an equivalent base damage. So they actually buffed nerf Surge. It's a bug where casting Surge would start its animation earlier than intended. Teleport. Fixed case of unintended teleporting when using movement skills at cliff edges. Fixed Warpath Shrine effect being cancelled on casting Teleport. That's also nice. Beastmaster. Okay, passives. Primalist. Beastmaster passive tree. Porcupine Constitution grants aspect of the board 10% decreased health regen per point from 15%. And passive tree. Ancestral speed grants 7% decreased cast attack speed for your totems per point from only affecting cast speed for you. For your totems. Huh? Let me just take a quick look at that. Because that might be a typo. Was that changed then? Ah, okay, never mind. It is attack speed and cast speed for your totems. So it also affects the attack speed based totems. I'm dumb. Avalanche. Pulling Fissures now references the correct skill tooltip, stating deals physical damage rather than fire. Fix above where Avalanche indicator was not affected by increases to area of effect in online. Earthquake. Now has the damage effectiveness from 600 to 700. And abating grants aftershocks 15% more damage over time per point, from 35% more damage per point, and 50% increased aftershock duration per point, from 35% per point, so they got nerfed. Storm Rift fully converts Earthquake's base physical damage to lightning. Nice! The aftershocks are still not converted, and thus Earthquake still does not lose its physical tag. Shatterquake grants 50% more hit damage against shield or frozen enemies per point, from 40%. Okay. Thunderblight now also grants 10% more lightning damage per point. Nice. Fix the bug where Earthquake could play multiple overlapping visual effects when converted to lightning by Storm Rift. Fix the bug where aftershocks benefited from Shatterquake twice if they were converted to damage over time by the upheaval node. Fix the Entangling Roots. Fix the bug where Entangling Roots visuals would animate at incorrect speeds in online mode. Aether's Blessing. Fix an issue where Aether's Blessing with the Triage passive did not correctly target the lowest health ally. Gathering Storm. Tempest Weapon added spell damage 50% less effective when applied to a Storm Totem through its unmatched Storm's node. Maelstrom now has 80% damage effectiveness per second from 60. Eye of the Storm grants 55% more damage per point from 20%, and its maximum points are now 4 instead of 5. Frozen Abyss grants 10% more damage to shield enemies from 5%, and 30% more damage to frozen enemies from 15%. So, Maelstrom buffs. Fix the bug where Maelstrom tsunamis and twisters were consuming mana when cast. They no longer consume mana. Fix the display bug where the skill panel incorrectly displayed a lightning tag for Maelstrom, and did not display an unilluminated cold tag when converted to a different damage type. Serpent Strike. Primal Serpent base attack range increased from 2 to 2 from 0.8. Primal Serpent movement speed increased to 8 from 6. Brigand Form. Veiltide no longer grants one more max Veil Spirits per point. It now grants 40 rage gain per point from 30, and 40% more damage for Entangling Roots cast this way per point. Vines spawned by Spriggan Form are now visually larger. Improved Spiritorn's movement online. The visual impact of projectile hitting the target has improved. Spear Thorns now 6 targets at a higher or lower elevations and more reliably hits enemies, especially very small enemies. Fix the bug where Spirit form and Swarmblade form did not switch their model visuals to cold based on conversions allocated in the skill tree in online mode. So apparently this was a whole team with elemental conversions not showing up on forms. Storm Totem and Match Storms also grant Storm Totem 20% less damage. Summon Bear now gains 20 health per strength and 20 health per level from level 18 each. Forceful Swipes now also grants +1 melee physical damage for the bear per 3 of your strength. The cooldown on the bear swipe is now 2 seconds from 5. Updated bear swipe attack speed to match the players, making it 55% faster. Sabertooth now triggers Fury Swipes when a leap is triggered by Fury Leap, if both trees are specialized appropriately. Add a new node, Ancestral Hunter, which requires 2 points in Frostfang. Your Sabertooth's hits have a 4% chance of point to summon an Ancestral Sabertooth that attacks nearby enemies for a short duration, maximum of 1 point. Add a new node, Ancient Bond, which requires 1 point in Ancestral Hunter. Your Sabertooth hits have an additional 4% chance per point to summon Ancestral Sabertooths, and they deal 25% more damage per point. Fix the bug where Icebringer was summoning Ancestral Sabertooth instead of casting Ice Vortex, and those Ancestral Sabertooths did not receive appropriate stats when summoned, making them considerably weaker than intended. Summon Scorpion. Fix a bug when entering some echoes, the baby scorpion summoned by summon scorpions but their own instinct node would not be spawned until dismissing and resummoning the scorpion. Summon Stormcrow. Fix the bug where Crowstorm with fringed wings did not display a cold teamed indicator for its damage area in online mode. Fix the bug where Crowstorm's indicator was not affected by increase to area of effect in online mode. Venom Tip Totems grant 25% poison chance per point from 30%. This is on Storm Totem. Maximum points is now 4 from 5. Ancestral Winds grants 35% more spell damage per point, up from 18%. Ancestral Power grants 25% more damage, up from 18%. Summon Wolf. Fix Summon Wolf going on double cooldown and the Pack Hunter node is specialized. Swarmblade Form. Never-ending Drove grants 25% more Locust Swarm duration per point, from 35% increase. Fix the bug where Plague of Locust poison chance does not last for the full duration of Locust Swarm. Paws of Stone now also grants 10% chance per point to summon a Claw Totem when you hit a rare or boss enemy. This effect and the chance on kill now have a shared 4-second cooldown. That's nice. Sabertooth's Endurance grants 3% increased health regen per stack of Aspect of the Panther. Oh, he got nerfed. I mean, makes sense with all the health regen buffs that are happening. This would be completely insane. Tempest Strike increase the base area by 16%. Tornado now costs 22 mana instead of 35, has 125% damage effectiveness instead of 75. The Breeze grants 35% more damage per point, up from 52. Stormbringer now also grants 10% increased damage of area effect per point. Druidic Control requires 2 points in Strength of Air, from 3. Igniting Swirl ignites every second, from every 2 seconds. Inferno has been reworked and now grants 50% of a chance to ignite on hit with fire spells as ignite chance per second on hit, per second per point. Fix the bug where Tornado would visually lag behind the player when attached to them with the higher Storm node. Master of the Totem now Upheaval. Master of the Totem now stacks up to 4 times from Unlimited. Its description has been clarified to specify that the more damage from each stack is also multiplicative, with each other stack and our modifiers. Now has a damage effectiveness of 150% from 135. Added a new node connected to Upheaval Totems, strengthened roots. Upheaval Totems have plus 2 second duration per point and deal 8% more damage per point. Upheaval Totem now states that the totems have a base duration of 8 seconds. British Engagement has been clarified to state that the damage bonus is based on your distance to the enemy, even with Upheaval Totems. Cold Front now grants 20 plus 20% frostbite chance per point, and fixed the bug where upheaval did not move its melee area and physical or cold tags to minion tags when upheaval totems is allocated. For example, Apogee of Frozen Light plus 3 to cold and necrotic minion skills are now correctly applied to upheaval when upheaval totems and glacial cascade are allocated. Nice. Berserker's Berserk buff now lasts for 1.5 seconds from 1, and fix the bug where any totem specific effects would only affect the Warcry totem, not the Werebear's Roar totem. Fix the bug where Werebear form did not switch its model visuals to lightning based on conversions allocated in the skill tree in online mode. Fix the delay between using Werebear Maul and its damage. Yeah, it had a weird delay thing. Okay, and now it's the loot and enemy balance changes. Let's check how long that is. Yeah. I mean, new enemies. Yeah, one thing I want to read is the boss ward changes. Boss ward has been removed from the majority of bosses and mini bosses. Timeline bosses, Harbingers, Aberroth, and the Shade of Orbis. Final chapter bosses have boss ward. Chapter bosses that appear as regular Echo bosses in Monolith only have boss ward in the campaign. Okay. Gotcha. Initial decay rate of boss ward has been doubled. Bosses that have 10% more health. Additionally, bosses and mini-bosses that have boss ward removed have 110% more health. Correspondingly, reduce the health of bosses and mini-bosses that already lacked boss ward. Damage over time. Players take 15% less damage over time. Enemies' damage bonus from corruption is only half effective for damage over time. For example, if Excited enemies have 60% more health and damage, the actual effect is enemies have 60% more health, 60% more hit damage, and 30% more damage over time. I want to not cover itemization for now. Well, there is the Stout Idols are no longer able to roll 1 to 10 and to 30 added health damage. Added health. Any balance. Void Wings and Void Fuse Bats cannot be targeted until they fully merge. Increase the damage of Flame Guard Sula's Fire Beam attack by 300% and extended its collider to match its visuals. Wait. That thing already killed people randomly and you still increased its damage? Jesus. Reduce the size of the Thunder Stalker and adjusted its textures and visual effects and added an 8-second cooldown to its leap attack. Walking in the area of effect of Jewel restricted tighter in 0.0 seconds of spell going off will no longer result in you taking damage as if it had hit you. Fixed an issue where the Shade of Orbis would cast 2 abilities at once is stunned during the first one. Slightly adjust the balance of Void Worm's skills and fix the number of issues with their visuals. Covenant of the Minion's explosion ability deals 50% less damage. Finally a nerfed the minion. It also affects other similarly named Covenant of enemies in Chapter 8. Yeah, it's less likely that you're just gonna get blown up by Covenant of the Minion. The chance is still there. I mean, now I guess if you see an echo with Covenants of the Minion, I guess now you just don't instantly leave. And yeah, here they added more enemies, yada yada. I think I'll leave the itemization changes for later. And then we'll cover items altogether. Um, enemy balance. Yeah, just we read that. Generally enemy updates. Added 18 new regular enemies, 5 new mini-bosses, and 5 new bosses. Replace the following enemies. In Void Scattered Necropolis quest Echo and the Path of Despair quest Echoes, replaced Void Bears with Consumed Growls. Replaced Void Leeches with the Exploding Variant of Void Maggots. Replaced Ravenous Void Forms with Drowned Husks. Replaced the Void Mole boss in the Fall of Ledria quest Echo with a Void Amalgamation. The boss is still called the Hollow Maw. Updated the Prophet of Ruin in the Corrupted Lake and other locations to use the new Void Prophet model. Replace the old Void Cultist enemies in Quest Echoes with the new ones from Chapter 3. Disabled the Void Moles spawning in regular Echoes. This also disables the corresponding mini-boss variant. Rename the Void Auras that appear in Beacon encounters to Light Heaters to avoid ambiguity with prophecies. Yeah, that's nice. Updated the visual effects and animations for the Ice Goliath and added a new damaging ability when slamming into the ground. Improved E-Rod's dash targeting and direction. Yeah, boss 4, damage over time. Okay, this is unique. Items. Going to cover that later. Yeah, and I think we'll cover the changes and for items and whatnot. Because we are 4 hours. My throat is getting tired. I also want to go and maybe have lunch because it's 4 o'clock. And I'll have raid on 14 in a couple of hours. I'll want to take a small break. Yeah, when we come back, I probably won't be able to come later tonight. Because I got family coming over, so I'll actually have to go sleep early to get up early. Then it's gonna be a family lunch, and you know how those go. So yeah, I think we are gonna stop here. And then we'll go over all of these. It's still... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, for me it's just that 14, I managed to mess with the graphics and now it's better. New Monolith Hub, I didn't see it. Where is it? That's my question. But where did they show it? Did they show it on a video? Yeah, I still haven't seen the live stream. And these looks really, really nice. Set this for a second. Ooh. And the sound is very nice. And I like that they put the music themed as well. Yeah, the new waypoints also look pretty good. Hope this means you also get more of the same themes of maps of the same theme in the timeline. The sound is looking sounds pretty crisp. The sound effects, like the movement sound effect. Looks really really nice. No, I am expecting it to be. I'm expecting this to be kind of a showcase. Yeah, it does look very very good. Yeah, looks very good. Do do do. Which one? Oh, that's the Reign of Dragons. I mean, it's just a question of to see how the game performs with all these. Yeah. Mhm. It looks so much better than what it currently is. Yeah, it looks amazing. And the fact that it interacts when you're standing close to it. Now they also need to fix their world map. I want to see the last ruin. But this time it's not this time around, right? I'm guessing that's gonna be for later. Yeah, but also I was mentioning like yeah, just making sure that we didn't miss anything. Yeah, I still have to watch this as well. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no. What I meant is I meant this map. Or at least add an option here or something like a drop down menu where you can pick the waypoint. Sometimes it's so hard to find the waypoint where you want to go in this UI. At least I feel like it. But yeah, I think we will end the patch notes here, and then Sunday, I guess, Sunday night. Tomorrow night we'll continue going over the whatever else the items, mostly the item stuff, because all of this is item stuff, which is gonna be nice to go through, and still quite a bit because of all these changes and all of these. Solid hour going through all of that, I'm guessing. And then we'll go over this itemization changes and yada yada yada. Sounds like a good idea. Because we have already. Man, I've been reading patch notes for 4 hours. It's a bit too long. It's a bit too much. We didn't even get to play. We're just busy reading patch notes, sadly. Hmm. Yeah, we didn't even get to play. But yeah, this is what I'll be running next season. This nifty little thing with shadow daggers. And now I'll be able to easily slam movement speed onto foot of the mountain, so GG. Gonna be very much GG. And our health is gonna get buffed massively. By this point I would have 100, 150 more HP. So, yeah. And because there are some items where you really want a specific stat, like Foot of the Mountain without movement speed just feels bad to use. It's not impossible to use, but it just feels very, very bad. Hmm. What's worrying? The guaranteed slams? I don't think it is. It is. It will just expedite the process. You know, it will just expedite the gearing process. Because a lot of times you will not want to use an unique. You'd rather use an exalted because the unique does not have or resists or HP or whatever. Yeah, sure. It is a small chance, but yeah. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, to be honest. It will just make your build come online easier. It is essentially it saves you time. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's an overall net positive because they are. I'm talking about me as someone who likes to play and mess around with a lot of stuff. I have so many builds I want to do, and yeah, imagine trying to farm gear for everything, even just a basic amount of gear, which is yeah, one LP slams for a build. It will just make it much much better. It might because of wasting time. What do you mean wasting time? You'll still be able to waste time, but instead of wasting time on one LPs, you're gonna waste your time in two LPs. You're gonna waste your time trying to reroll the legendary potential on the whatever woven echo it is. But yeah, I don't know if there's anyone who's strumming. Strumming. Who could we raid? Uh, I guess you could rate this fella because he was yesterday looking at patch notes. Oh, they apparently started streaming a bit after I did. So let's see if there's anyone else. Okay, we'll raid him. We'll raid Cursed Boy. Because I love wasting time. But then I think about Heart of Keros and that I sold 9 bad slams and wasted 9 plus 4. Then I want it. Yes! No longer you shall be cursed by those unending can't hit the unending slams you never hit. I don't know, I think it's a good change. It just saves you time and reduces the amount of RNG, which you already have a lot, because you'll still have to find your your Exalt. You'll still have to find your Twisted Heart. You'll still have to have your Twisted Heart roll LP. You know, you still have a lot of RNG layers to that, so I think it's fine. So we're gonna raid Cursed Boy. We I saw